Good morning and welcome to Pikes Peak International Raceway and Global Time Attack's Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival. Here we are out here at Pikes Peak International Raceway in Fountain, Colorado for the second annual Ascend Motorsport Festival, this year being sanctioned by Global Time Attack. PPIR and GTA came together this year to bring even more excitement. We're going to have bigger drift events, more drag racing, more car shows, bigger burnouts, music, a huge firework show, and drone show tonight. Leading this entire event is actually a Time Attack organization event that has $50,000 in cash prizes. The current production car record is actually held by Ferris Khartoumi himself with a 53.097, and he's here leading the pack trying to take that money home. He has quite a few competitors ready to go, including Cable Rosenberg and his twin turbo Viper, but beyond that, there's plenty to see. It does look like we have a field of about 25 to 27 drivers, going from classes ranging from enthusiast all the way to unlimited. We do have max effort and GTX class here ready to go fast as well. We are here at day one. We're going to go hot on track at 8 a.m. with TA1. You're going to see the layout's a little bit different. You're usually used to group ones and sessions. We're going TA1 through TA6. These are 6 run groups of 10 minutes each, which 3 to 4 cars in each run group. It will be fast-paced. We'll try to get you as much information from the drivers as possible. We'll have Jason Dienhart down there after every session trying to pick up a driver out of their car. But here we are in Fountain, Colorado, ready for the exciting Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival. On grid, ready to go out right now already is Cable Rosenberg. A lot of you know Cable from his 9-liter Viper. This car is not the same, my friends. He's been practicing with the 9-liter for quite some time, and it's time for him to bring out his new big dog and pony show. This is his twin turbo powered 2013 Viper SRT. He started this car a few years ago, and as competition got tougher and people such as Ferris Khartoumi came out with their twin turbo setups, he realized he had to bring a bigger gun to the gunfight. Cable's been competing in NASA for about 8 years now. His fastest lap here in practice was a 57.270 while he was still getting used to this car and braking in those tires. He has quite a ways to go to get to that 53.097 of the overall record, but he does feel that he has a great chance to get there. Coming up to grid right behind him is the one and only Ferris Khartoumi himself of Momo Motorsports. Ferris and this Z06 have been competing with Global Time Attack and Time Attack across not just the United States but the world over the past few years. He spent some time in Australia at World Time Attack Challenge, won his class there, and went straight to Japan to do a Time Attack event at Scuba. The only comparison here is Scuba is about a 1.3 mile course, same as here. His lap time is very similar to what he was here, though these tracks have very different layouts. It's not uncommon for Ferris to be at both very high horsepower and high speed tracks all the way to these tighter and technical courses. This 1.3 mile course does consist of 9 turns, an 11-degree embankment, and quite a wide road course. They use 3/4 of the roval into the infield and then back out around front. A majority of classes will be in the 1-minute lap range, with the fastest of cars trying to be sub 55. Once again, Ferris's record is a 53.097, so that's what we're going to be chasing. There is money for taking the overall track record along with winning your classes. For those of you wondering, this is not the same Corvette that Ferris took to World Time Attack Challenge. That car is still in Japan. This is the second chassis he had been building for a little over a year. He was not able to complete it before Super Lab Battle Circuit of the Americas, so this is his first inaugural event in this chassis, and I'm sure he wants to put the lap time to shame that he set at his old car. Behind him is going to be Cable Rosenberg. We also had Dominic Tapia and Ben Dankers in this run group. They may still be working on it. I can tell you right now, Ben Dankers' team had to pull the transmission out in the middle of the night to replace the clutch. Sadly, he had some good practice laps down, but when time came at the very end of the day, the car was roasting straight through the clutch. Luckily, he has a good team. He was able to find a clutch within an hour of where we are here, picked it up, and they worked on it all through the night. So as long as no other problems occurred in the night when putting that back together, we should see him soon. This chassis does have some laps in it after speaking to Ferris, but I don't think he has as much time in it as he'd hoped. He was hoping to actually lay down a lap at Super Lab Battle Coda, but he had finished the car after 48 plus hours of no sleep. So he drove it down there, showed it to the world, but wasn't able to set a lap time. This track is a lot of commitment because it is a roval layout where we're talking about a majority of the time in the embankment and a majority of the time at wide open throttle. It's all about how deep you can take the car into the bank corners. Ferris still laying down a little warmth in his tires. The weather's really nice today. We're still in the 60s if I'm not mistaken. It's 65 degrees outside and it's a little overcast. So what we're going to see is probably some drivers putting some heat into these tires, trying to get them up to temperature before they try to lay down a flyer. Once again, this is TA1. We are going to be running TA1 through 2A6. We could just call this Group 1 of 6. Good news for these drivers is because we run it in this layout here, it is much faster paced. You only get 10 minutes to lay down a fast lap. Luckily, with a lap time consisting of between 55 and a minute 10 seconds, that's still a lot of time to lay down a fast lap. But because of that, these drivers have a lot of stress on their shoulders to try and be able to lay down a lap in that time frame. Like most high-end time attack cars, Cable, Ben, Ferris, they can't do 5 or 6 hot laps even if the lap is this short. So their goal is to try and lay down a lap as quickly as we can. Now we do have Ferris coming into the pits. He's probably going straight to his team to have him check something out really quick. He did not make it to practice yesterday, so he was not able to actually test and tune the car. Meanwhile, we have Cable really starting to get into it. Once again, this is his twin turbo powered Viper. This is not the 9-liter car. With this car right here, 1,200 horsepower at the lowest map setting. He's really going to have to wrangle this car, get used to it, find its braking points, find how much traction he has with all the power. Now, speaking to him, he did tell me second gear is 118 miles an hour in this car, so he does spend a majority of this lap in second gear. He'll get up into third and fourth in the Roval if he's really getting it, but this whole infield section is just second gear and getting into the boost. So he's getting really used to where he needs to leave the car in the RPM range and also how well the car actually stops. Obviously, when you go from an NA, high horsepower NA car, something making 800 plus naturally aspirated to 1,200 all the way up to 15 or 16 on your twin turbo setup, it does take a little bit of time to get used to where you're braking and where you really need to turn the car in, the weight transfer, everything that has to do with that. That is a 59.494 out of Cable right there. Now, for those of you wondering where you can get this timing and scoring, we're on the Race Hero app, or you can go to racehero.io. Once again, that's Race Hero, exactly how it sounds, .io, or download the Race Hero app on your Apple or Android device. Anyone who is in or around Fountain, Colorado or the Colorado Springs area, remember, huge fireworks show tonight, huge drone light show. We are going to have drifting, drag racing, and the car show that's still yet to be set up.
That's 10 for Chris, 3 Bill and Josh.
That's quite a shot right there. There's no amount of camera work that'll show you how fast that car is going across start finish. It gets up and goes like there's no tomorrow. Has this amazing tone on the upshift, and honestly, compared to practice yesterday, you could tell Cable really is starting to get comfortable in this car. Now, for those of you looking at it, it is a very simple build exterior wise. It does have factory ACR style aero. All of the work has been done to the chassis, the engine, suspension. The cage work alone in this car is a masterpiece, along with the fuel system. If you guys are here and you have a chance to ask them to pop the back of this vehicle, you'll understand everything we're talking about. But what's really nice is to see how compliant his car is. Because Cable doesn't run a crazy amount of aerodynamics on his setups, he does have a car that's very compliant, something that soaks the bumps very well, and something that when he turns, the car bites in. He did pick up a second off his lap 2 laps ago from a 59 to a 58.4. That was a 58.487, so just 2 thousandths or 1 thousandth off of his fastest lap. The consistency behind Cable is obviously very high. He is a NASA champion. He's won quite a few there, and being consistent in NASA is very big. Now here he just has to be able to wring every bit out of this car to try and take away that not only lap record but the win away from Ferris car to me. It does look like we have Ferris out of the car himself. I don't know what he's looking at, but whatever it is, he's taking a look. He's still in his race suit. He's standing just outside of his Corvette in the hot pits. You know what? From where I can look, it was actually Ferris was plugged into his laptop. Whatever he was doing, he was trying to get as much data as he could in or out of the laptop before he went out for a hot lap. I'm not sure how much time he's going to have left on this session. It looks like we're 7 minutes in. If he gets out there right now, he may be able to lay down one lap, maybe two, depending on when he goes out. As Cable comes in, he's going to come in completely. You'll notice it's coned off there. You can either go on the outside and get straight back to your garages or go on the other side to stay in the hot pit. We still have Ferris up against the wall here. He did finish his work on his computer, so we're just not sure yet if he's going to go back out or if he's going to go straight into his garage. There we go. It does look like Ferris is going to get a hot lap in. Now, he still has almost 2 full minutes here, so he could do a warm-up lap and lay a flyer. He may even be able to get past start-finish before the 10 minutes is up and get 2 flyers out of it, but let's see. He's obviously carrying more pace now than he was. Maybe he just had to change a map. Maybe he had to pull some data for his tuner. Who knows? But what we do know is there's not a single event Ferris goes to where he's not going to do whatever it takes to win. This man has welded the front end back on his car in Australia and won the class. The man has showed up, blown motors, hurt cooling systems. He's done everything you could possibly think of that would send somebody home and still completed the event. What really hurts is he did come to Road Atlanta with this car, and he had a fueling issue the entire time. He was not able to set down a fast lap. Not something he'd be proud of. The lap was fast, guys, but not something he'd be proud of because he just kept dropping fuel pressure down the back straight. It does look like he is in full song right now. He's sitting high up against that wall, trying to go high, low, high through the bank. Ferris is obviously very comfortable here. The lap record is his. Nothing but respect to our camera crew keeping up with him. He is flying right now. Hard braking zone into the infield. This is where 7 of the 9 turns do come from. Nice little up-down shot here for you. You can also tell this is where the drifting does happen. You can see the tire marks from last night's drift practice. He isn't using too much of the curbing. It does look like he is driving around it for the most part. You'll notice with other drivers like Tim Shepner or Ben Dankers in their Evos, they really like to ride those curbs. Car is composed. Looked like he had a little bit of reverse lock there. Let's see what kind of lap time he can lay down for his first flyer. That is going to be a 54.844. Very close to his track record already of a 53.097. Ferris came out first lap after being on the computer to check a few things and is already about a little bit under 2 seconds away from the lap record. That's going to really open up Cable's eyes and everyone else's eyes on what they have to do to try to take that lap record back from him. While he's doing his cool-down lap, it does look like our second-run group of cars is starting to line up. We do have Tim Shepner over there in the hot pits right behind Tony. We have Tim Shepner in this beautiful Evo in the hot pits behind Tony. We're really blessed to have 2 gorgeous Evos here, both wide-body cars. Tim's is what you would call the JDM Fanboy Supreme. It's on JDM wheels, JDM body kit, Voltex wing. This car is gorgeous. The man standing in front of it is Tony himself. He also happened to tune that vehicle, so there's a little bit of hands in everything. That's one thing about Global Time Attack and its competitors in general. No one tries to hide anything from anyone else. If one person got their car set up by somebody and someone else needs to use that guy, they will. This is going to be Ferris coming in from his hot lap. I'm sure he's going to be really happy with that 54 for the first lap of the weekend for him. So Tim Shepner is from True Form Racing. He is from New Mexico, and he runs his own Time Attack organization out there. Tim's been running with Global Time Attack for quite some time. He's had his ups and his downs. He's competed at Super Lap Battle with us. He's gone to GTA Finals. He's traveled very well with us, and we're really happy to see him out there. The car pulling up to grid right now is going to be Mr. Josh Tenge. That is an Audi TT RS. It is a limited all-wheel drive car. These drivers are taking advantage of every bit of free track time they can. The coolest part about it is obviously with Time Attack, you get sent out at speed differential. We're going to give you guys plenty of space behind each other. But at the end of the day, knowing that there's only 4 people on track at any given time, between 3 and 5 people on track at any given time, you know that you're going to be able to find a nice clean lap no matter what you do. If you're wondering what that big tower is right there where we let these cars out, that's also where the drag strip is. We are doing drag racing, burnout box, drifting, just an overall fun little festival here for the drivers and fans. And the drag racing does happen down the hot pits. PPIR has been doing drag racing here for quite some time, and it is rather exciting to see people line up right after Time Attack is finished. You'll have the drifters go over and start their drifting event, and we'll have drag racing going down the front straight opposite way. PPIR as a whole has put in so much work to keep this venue not only constantly updated, but also with the times as far as what they're doing, what they're signing up. Having this fireworks show here this year along with this festival has just been a blast. .io or the Race Hero app on your Android or Apple device. This will not only show you the lap times live, but it'll also show you their grid order, who's coming out next. If you're trying to follow a specific driver or a specific team, that is definitely where you want to go to be able to pick that up. There we go. It does look like we have Tim Shepner being sent out on track. He got a little bit of practice time in the second practice session. I believe he got here right as the first one was coming to an end, so he got ready to send it out. He was speaking with Ben Dankers and a few other teammates and people that he deals with, and it looks like he was taking a couple infield corners incorrectly. He's going to fix those and probably go significantly faster. Weather being so good has its pros and its cons. Because it's 64, 65 degrees and it's overcast on some of this track, it does take these drivers longer to get these tires up to temperature. Now, for those of you tuning in who don't necessarily understand Time Attack to the level that a lot of us do, it's very simple. Think of perpetual qualifying. These guys are going out here trying to set a fast lap. It's them against the clock. Though there are other cars out there, their whole goal is to be the fastest in their run group, the fastest in their class to be able to win and take that money. Now, getting that overall record is also very big because it has its own payout to it. But goal number one is to be the fastest in your class. Now, because of that, these cars are set up in a way that an average race car isn't. Race cars are made to do multiple laps. If you're a time trial driver, if you do NASA, SCCA, you can do 10, 20, 30 laps on your setup, where these cars are set up very high strung to be able to do a fast lap. That means the toe settings are more aggressive, the alignment, the camber, all these things that will wash a tire out over time, but will give you fast 1 or 2 lap pace. That's how these cars are set up. And that's why you see a lot of them do 1 or 2 laps, bring them into the hot pits, cool them down, and then possibly go for more. Now, this Evo, when he comes into the infield, if we can get a good shot of him, you're going to see, unlike Ferris and unlike Cable, he's going to be using a lot of the curbing. This Supra on its warm-up lap is also using more curbing than either of the 2 cars we just mentioned. Drivers tell me the transition through into the embankment is actually very nice. Anyone who's driven a Roval in the past will tell you sometimes it can be very aggressive. That Silver Supra did belong to Rigo Grajeda, starting his first hot lap. Meanwhile, Tim Shepner finishes his first hot lap at a minute flat, .778. That car really does look great on camera. It looks even better in person. Behind Tim Shepner was Josh Tanguy in his Audi TT RS. It does look like he's finished the Roval and coming across start-finish with his minute 7.554. There's so much time to be had on this track. Obviously, power is going to help you, but being able to hold speed through the Roval into 1 and 2, that's where you're going to see a lot of drivers pick up pace. Here's what we're talking about when we were with that Evo jumping the curbs. Unlike the high aero cars, you see a lot of these limited and street class cars taking and hooking those inside curbings. Now this is going to be Rigo Grajeda. Let's see what he lays down for his first flying lap. Rigo with a 1 minute .841, very fast, very first street class competitor we've seen lay down a lap. Tim Shepner did pick up a 59.504, so he shaved a second off of his lap. Looks like Josh Tanguy is going to have to find a little bit of time to be able to compete in the class. He did find a second off of his lap time, though, down to a 106.205. That was a lot of curbing right there. I feel like he's definitely pushing. He felt his first lap being really good, but he shot the car over that curb. Let's see if it helped him or hurt him. The car got really unsettled, but it is a low-speed section, so it may not have affected his turn-in on the next corner. There we go. Tim with a 59.027. Rigo did get down to a 1 minute .224, so just took a couple tenths off of his. Let's see if we can follow this Evo through the infield here. I want to see how he's taking these corners. I was watching him through practice. He was taking them much wider. The biggest one, I believe, is going to be this U-turn coming up right here. This is a big one where they want to hook the 2 inside tires through this. Takes no curb there, a good amount of inside curb there. He's gonna, looks like he's giving up the entry there to get a better exit, which does make sense as you're about to enter to the bank right here. So you do want to carry as much speed as possible. Obviously, you want the power of the car to pull you through, but the more speed you carry through the corner, the better for you. It's another 59, a little bit slower than his last lap. He is one of the drivers where the biggest issue is his car is set up for 1 lap pace. So when we're talking about third lap, there's a good chance his tires are near the end or at the end of their heat range in these laps. along with Rigo Grajeda, it looks like he cooled the car down on the back half of that last lap with a 113. We may see him send another flyer. With Josh Tanguy, he's been picking up seconds every single lap. His first lap was a 107. He's down to a 104 now. So he's obviously getting more comfortable. You'll notice these drivers continuing to get more comfortable as they bring the car higher and higher up against that wall. If they can be as high as possible going across start finish, it just really opens up the corner through the bank for them to go high, low, high to carry as much speed as possible. Driving in a roval orientation, be it a small bank like this or a large bank like Fontana, it's all the same thought process. You want to carry the speed as much as you can through the bankment. So they're going to start high, go low, and bring it back high after the corner. That way they can just open the corner up as much as possible, scrub as little speed as possible, and carry as much as they can into the infield. The braking zone into the infield is pretty aggressive. As you can see right here, they carry a lot of speed going in. So you don't want to miss that corner. While these drivers continue their hot laps, let's talk about the breakdown on these payouts, guys. So $10,000 straight to anyone who sets a new overall track record. And you're going to get $10,000 for winning the Ascend Night Battle. We'll get more into the Night Battle later. That does happen Saturday. That'll be with time attack competitors of every class. Fastest going out there to try and reset their fastest lap times. If you win unlimited, you get $5,000. $2,500 to second, $1,500 to third. If you win limited, you get $4,000, $2,000 to second, $1,500 to third. If you win street, you get $3,000, $1,500 to second, $1,000 to third. If you win enthusiast, you get $1,500, $750 to second, $250 to third. If you win GTX, you get $1,500, $750 for second, $500 for third. And if you win max effort, you get $1,500, $750 for second, $500 for third. So these drivers are not just competing against themselves in the clock. They're also trying very hard to get into these cash payouts. Anyone who's been doing time attack long enough knows these events with cash payouts are few and far between, and the drivers who are here are really roaring to try and get it done. We do have quite a few people who are sad they could not make it this year. It just didn't fit with the plans. A lot of people did want to show up and try to lay down laps for this money, but this is going to be a staple. We'll see you again next year.
Good morning. This is Jason Dienhart. I'm here with Global Time Attack at PPIR for Ascend 2024. I'm standing here next to Cable Rosenberg's car. He just got off track. If you guys are watching live, 8 a.m. was the first session. He was in Group 1. Cable, why don't you come on over here, ask you a couple questions about how it was out there on track today?
It was a little slippery out there for me today. Yeah, I almost spun a few times. I just couldn't put the power down, so.
All right, yeah, that sounds like it's a tough issue to deal with. Do you think just with it being early morning session, it's a little too cool out? It's definitely cooler than yesterday.
Yeah, I think the next session I'll go a lot faster. So.
Awesome, we're looking forward to it. I heard you out there. The car sounds amazing. This is the first time that I've heard the car in person. I've only followed along on Instagram. Yeah. Where can people find you on Instagram?
9 Liter Viper. At 9 Liter Viper.
At 9 Liter Viper on Instagram. You want to follow this car. It's absolutely beautiful. Awesome program. It's not his only Viper. He also has a naturally aspirated one that he's campaigned with us over the last couple of years. And this is a different car. What's so different about this car?
Turbos and a lot more horsepower.
Yes. So if you can imagine, even more horsepower than the other one, adding twin turbos, the thing's absolutely a beast. We love this thing. Thank you, Cable, for coming out. We really appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
How do you like this event compared to other events? You were here last year. This is my first time.
I love it. It's great. It's a great time. Rachel does a great job over there.
Yes, the staff at PPIR, Rachel, Nick, everybody has been really spectacular. We really hope to make this an annual event for Global Time Attack and a home track for us. Cable was one of the people that really convinced us to come out here and be a part of this event. Thank you, Cable. We appreciate it.
Yep, thank you. Thank you.
All right, good luck out there. Standing here in one of the main garages right now. You know, we probably could walk over to Tim Schropner here in a minute. He just pulled in. little busy, but let's go over there and see what we could see. It's off. Go.
That right there was Jason Dienhart, and also you caught a quick little shot of Rachel right there. These are people who are usually behind the scenes, but those are some of the hardest working people at this event. Jason's one of the hardest working people in Time Attack I've ever met. And for those of you who don't know, PPIR is putting on events all year long, and Rachel is the marketing manager. She is actually the person that really spearheaded this event continuing to go on. Cable was here last year when it was the PPIR Ascend Festival, and it's so nice to see him out here laying down laps. You heard it from him himself. It was slippery out there for him, and he is on Michelin slicks. He, I believe, is still pretty fresh in these tires. He used to run on Hoosiers on the 9-liter car, so he's still getting used to them. But he's not the only driver that was telling us that it is getting slippery out there. It does look like we have TA3 getting ready to go out, being led by a McLaren followed by a Honda Civic. We will get into these drivers. Looks like JD has found somebody else that just came off on track. Let's see what we can grab from that.
All right, I'm back in the garage over here talking to Tim Schropner, who just came off the track. He was in Group 2. Tim, how's the track this morning compared to yesterday?
A lot faster. I actually went 7/10 faster this morning. PB'd my time. Track is definitely, it's grippy, it's fast. I just got to find the time now.
Awesome. Anything different with the car from the last time that we've seen you?
Yes. A big thing is I'm now currently running a Bosch ABS system. So for the past 2 GTA events, I've had no ABS. So it was a whole learning experience. But now the car has a Bosch ABS system, and I was just telling the guys, it's absolutely unbelievable how hard you can brake and deep you can brake. So me as a driver, I got to gain that confidence and learn what the car can do, because it can do it.
So it sounds to me like there's a lot more in the car, which is amazing, because you're already going faster. So that's good. So what are you thinking this weekend is a goal for you?
A goal for me would be ideally run a 57 would be my target. We're right on the heels of a 58, so I'll get there first and work my way down.
Love it. Good to see. It's going to get loud here for a minute. You were here last year, correct?
Correct. I was here last year, yes.
All right. So, we're stoked to be a part of it this year. Where can they find you on Instagram?
So my Instagram is TF_Tim, or you can look up Trueform Racing on Instagram. So, yeah.
Also want to thank you. There's a few other cars in the paddock that gave respect to you for helping them get in the Time Attack and kind of leading away. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the Time Attack that you organize in your hometown?
Yeah, so it started back in 2007. Homegrown kind of Time Attack group. I used to race with Tony Zerka in Arizona. He had a Time Attack thing set up, so it kind of mimicked some of the rules. Very homegrown, very grassroots. We average 30 to 40 cars an event. Inexpensive. It's only $80 for a whole track day, which is pretty amazing. Just a good time. Like I said,
we are not $80, by the way.
Yeah. So Chris here, Rigo, and Isaac, they run at my local track. So yeah, it's cool to see them branching out and doing this bigger stuff. So it's cool. It's cool.
Exactly. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. You and I and many others, Tony too, and everybody here at PPIR, we really just want to see the sport grow and have more big events like this. So thank you for helping be a part of that and that foundation. We should probably take a look at the car before we leave Tim here. Are you going back out in the next session, Tim, or are you taking a break? Or
No, I will go out next. Yeah, I will definitely go out next session. See what we can do.
all right, guys. We'll see you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Schepner, and one of the most popular time attack cars we have out here. People love seeing that vehicle. It's great that he's been perpetuating time attack, not only from starting in UMS time attack in Arizona, moving up to global time attack, but then starting his own small series. Like he mentioned, Isaac Torres and a few other people run with him at his home events, so it's great to see them branch out. This right here is Joaquim Sandgaard. He actually usually does not run this McLaren. His vehicle did have a failure, so luckily he was able to bring his backup car. This is Shruggy Racing. It is a McLaren 720Fs. He's running limited rear-wheel drive, and in practice he ran a 101-190, which is a very respectable time for a car he hasn't ran out here before. Also out here is Isaac Torres, who we were talking about. That's in his Toyota Supra GR street class car. He ran a 102-228. He's from El Paso, Texas. He's been driving it for 2.5 years. He started racing the Supra after his dad let him take it out for a lap and ended up doing well, winning a couple events there in their hometown. They actually bought this car from Type R Jose. For any of you who have been following us for a long time, this is Art of Attack's old competition car before the BMW M4. They used to always bring this A90 and Matt Rojana would drive it. This is actually that same car. He's been driving it for about 2.5 years. He's never been here at PPIR, but he's participated at GTA Finals in 2023, and he was a Super Lap earlier this year. So it's really nice to see him out here. Him and his father have started to become a staple of our events, and it's great to see him. We have Michael Sims in the Porsche GT3 RS. Michael Sims did come out at SLB. Something you may not know about him is he's an avid duck hunter. He started Outdoor Lifestyle hunting clothing brand, and he says when it's not hunting season, all he's doing is racing. He did start with a Toyota Supra, and he always wanted a GT3, found one in Houston, Texas, and that was that, guys. Finally, we do have Daniel Escobar out here in his Honda Civic Si. He's in limited front-wheel drive. He's laid down a 101.6, which is a very respectable time. He built the car over the last 8 years. He's gone from a demo car, AKA, to something, he could show off his work, to a daily driver, and now it's a race car. He bought it in Florida. He's been racing his whole life. He's been here to PPIR a few times, but he's never done a GTA event. Leading the session out right now, though, is Mr. Isaac Torres. He's always out there on a tear, so it's great to see him laying it down with a 101.802. Michael Sims at a 102.489. Then we got Daniel Escobar at a 103.3 and Joaquim Sandgaard at a 103.8. Now, Joaquim did lay down a 101 in practice, so we'll be sure to keep an eye out on him. It is probably a little harder to get this McLaren up to pace with a stock layout like that. He can't be as aggressive as he wants to be, but it's aggressive enough because he just jumped up to a 1 minute .781. Now, he is in limited class. He is competing against that beautiful Tim Shepner's Evo, this Honda Civic, quite a few other cars, so he is going to have to bump up that pace to keep up with those boys, but him being out here and laying down lap times is great. We do have Isaac Torres actually surpassing Joaquim when I was about to talk about. We have Michael Sims and Daniel Escobar in the hot pits. Could have been an off situation, could have just needed a little space. Isaac Torres is what we would call a young, aggressive driver, and we love to see it. Some of our best competitors over time have started this way. He just goes out there and he sends it. And you're going to see him with a lot of reverse lock. And unlike some of the older heads who work their way into speed, Isaac will go with raw speed and then kind of reel himself back a little bit. And it's been working for him. He's at a 1 minute 052. He is the fastest street class car that has been out so far. Yeah, he's absolutely getting it, guys. A 59.936. Isaac may be in street class, but he wants people to know that give him enough time, he'll be fighting for the overall track record also. I do want to give this kid some love, by the way. We all remember being young, 17, 18, 19. He has such a solid head on his shoulders. We asked him what motivates him, and he actually said what motivates him is making his parents proud, especially his dad. He's looked up to his dad forever, and he tries to mimic his great traits of being hardworking and motivating, and nothing would make him happier than placing on the podium this year and making not only his family proud, but his team and his sponsors. Every time he's had an issue on track, his dad has been there. I remember when the transmission blew up on his car and he got into his dad's car and started laying laps down in that. So this is a family event for them. Anyone who's been to any of these time attack events or any grassroots style motorsport in general, it's so much more family oriented. These people work hard together to make these events. They scrape and they work after hours. They work their day jobs, and then at night they're working on their cars, and it's really amazing. Same thing with Mr. Sandgard here, Joaquim. He is an incredibly nice person. We met him at Super Lap Battle. He drives a Subaru usually. His whole team is just incredibly polite. I believe we nicknamed him Viking Sandegard, because just of his beard and his layout, and his whole team was about it. Just a little reverse lock right there. There you go. And just, it was sad to hear that he had a car issue a little too late to be able to fix, but it's great to see that he was able to get a car out here and lay down some laps. Knowing him, though, it doesn't matter what car he's in. He just cares about trying to be the fastest person out on track. Michael Sims, for those of you that don't know, is in this Porsche GT3 RS. Michael's been running with us at Super Lap Battle. It's great to see him out here at Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival. Anytime we see a driver who usually just runs one event expand and try to make other events, it's great. For those of you that are trying to expand, don't forget we have Ridge Motorsport Park and Southwest Festival of Speed coming up. Ridge is going to be in Washington, and Southwest Festival of Speed is going to be in Arizona at a brand new private track called Podium Club. It's called Atessa. It is a gorgeous track. It's just like any other private country club style track. The track is gorgeous. They're building the facility. They have blessed us with the ability to set events there, and honestly, anyone who's going to be on the West Coast, Arizona area, you're not going to want to miss that one. Does look like Joaquim has pushed those tires probably past their limit. He did a real long cool down and then was able to lay down another flyer, but it was about 5/10 off his fastest lap. Now, Michael Sims, anyone who's ever driven one of these Porsche GT3s will tell you they will just do lap after lap consistently. I'm not sure how aggressive his alignment settings are or any of that information, but I can tell you he's been basically within a second of every single lap. He has seen starting to get a little bit of grease in those tires, though. You could see, because in a lot of the low speed corners he's just starting to get a lot of rear slide. Anytime you got to put opposite lock in the steering wheel, you're not going faster. You want to use that inertia to go forward. Does look like Isaac Torres in street class is going to lead this session with his 59.5. Very impressive lap for a street class car. Isaac has always been known to push the limits, and honestly, with the small 1.3 mile course like this, where a lot of it comes down to how much speed are you willing to carry through the bank, and trust me, it sounds easier than it is, but carrying a little bit more speed into turn one could equate into a significantly faster lap time as that snowballs, because you carry more into one means you can go even harder through the second straight into the braking zone, into the roval. This is a lot of space to pick up speed. Now, as far as the infield goes, you don't have that much space to pick up time. All your time is going to have to be made in making those corners nice on the infield and carrying as much as you can around the banking. It does look like Jason has found another driver. He's down there working hard. Let's see what we got information-wise out of someone that just came off track.
All right, we're back. Standing here with Isaac Torres. First session that you had a few minutes ago. How was the track right now?
The track was very good. It's pretty chilly right now, so everything, temps are cool. Track was a little slick, but we got that under control. I don't remember where we ran. I think we're 59. Hopefully we're the top at street class. I'm not sure yet, but we're ready for the next session.
Well, hey, congratulations. Sub 1 minute out the box. That's not sloppy. That's pretty good.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
What kind of goals did you have for this track? I don't think you've been here before, but after that, right now, if you did run a 59, what are you thinking for the rest of the weekend?
Hopefully we drop down to 57. That's the benchmark right there. Before we did sessions yesterday, our benchmark was a 103 or less, and we broke it the first lap. We got a 102. So with breaking a 59 right now, we're hoping to at least get down to 58s, 57s.
Very respectable. Those are very fast times, especially street class. These Supras we've seen over the last couple of years are great platform. You guys are quick with it. Obviously, Jackie Ding is very quick with his car. When he runs it, he doesn't run it as often. What can you tell us about the car? I think you upgraded suspension this time from the last time we were talking about yesterday, right?
Yes, sir. We revalved the shocks. These are JRZ RS Pros, and we just sent them over into Denver, actually, to get them revalved. That's the newest setup. We do have a stock transmission. We wanted to get a fully built one in. It didn't come in time, but right now we're just running the best we can.
Awesome. Make sure you stay tuned for the rest of the weekend. See how Isaac does. Where can they find you on Instagram?
Prodigy Apparel on Instagram. You'll find us there.
Awesome. Prodigy Apparel on Instagram. Isaac, good luck this weekend. We'll talk to you later. We'll see you.
Thank you.
That was Isaac Torres, who we were talking about earlier. Like we said, he did blow the transmission up at Circuit of the Americas. They were hoping to have a built version in the car before they made it here, but they put another stock one in to be able to make the event. The amount of time and effort that goes into getting these cars out here is incredible. We're about to have Group 4 go out. This is Group 4 of 6. While these cars are starting to line up, we did get a chance to get a couple interviews during the practice day. I believe we have one with Ray Guerrero. He's got a killer story from Road Atlanta to Pikes Peak, hill climb, all the way back here to Pikes Peak International Raceway. So we'll go ahead and get you a nice shot of not just what these drivers go through, but what the teams go through to make these events. These cars are actually about to go live. We don't want to take any of this away from you. We got a great story with both him and Ben Dankers and the struggles they went through to make this event. We'll get you those when we have a little bit more of lull in the action. Now, going out right now is Group 4. Group 4 is being led out by Mr. Anthony Pearson in his lap sector Toyota Supra. He has been laying down some flyers. I believe his biggest thing is the car isn't about conforming to expectations. It's about shattering them. He takes his He takes pride in his refusal to blend in. Now, you can see that obviously he's in an A90 Supra, but it's not a cookie cutter build. He wants the thing to really shine. And I will tell you, his driving shines too. I was watching him in practice, and he's one of the drivers that stayed into turn one significantly longer than most. He has no problem, as you can see right there, even on a warm-up lap, taking as much curb as possible. I think if we can follow this yellow car through his first hot lap, we'll see really how hard he can lay it down. Ooh, getting the tires warm there. That's one way to put heat in the tires, guys, being completely sideways. That's that high-low high I was talking about. He stayed up against the wall as long as he could, and then he brought it down to the bottom of the track and then takes it back to the top. It really opens up the corner for you. Now, he's going to carry a lot of speed into this braking zone, into the infield before he gets off of it, and you'll see him come right back into the infield. Now, we do have a few other people getting their warm-up laps ready. They're going to have to speed up because Anthony's going to catch up to him real quick. We have Ernie Ramirez in his Evo just starting his first hot lap. We do have this Subaru behind him. That is going to be an Audi A3 if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, it's an Audi S3. Not something you see modified very often, so it's great to see him out here. Looks like we have Anthony about to finish his first hot lap right here with a 1 minute flat, a 1 minute .010. This is another street class car, so we're going to compare him directly with Isaac Torres. Isaac was able to get into the 59s, mid 59s, so that's what Anthony's chasing. But laying down a 1 minute with our 67-degree weather is not bad. Now, difference is, unlike Isaac, we went from being kind of overcast to pretty cloudy. You can still see light on the track right now, but the clouds are covering a majority of the sun, so the track temperature is not rising how these drivers would want. There's two things in this world you want to go fast. You want nice, crisp air, but you also want a track that's starting to heat up, so you get the cool air for your engine to breathe and make as much power as possible, and you get the temperature in the track for the tires to be able to make as much traction as possible. Anthony Pearson, about 4/10 off of his fastest lap. We always do have to ask ourselves when someone is super aggressive, did he make a mistake or maybe did the tires get a little greasy? It does look like we have that Audi getting out of the way for him, which is great. This is what I'm talking about, how much speed you can carry into the infield. He basically is no lift through that kink and then hard in the brakes. Now, he carries that corner wide. He is at opposite lock a lot. The rear end of this car is very twitchy. If you compare it to Isaac Torres, Isaac's car was a lot more composed on the infield. Now, does that come down to setup or does that come down to the driver's right foot? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. We'd have to talk to them about it. But he is using a lot of curbing to get the car to hook. Now, right here, he's taking a different line. A lot of drivers will be wide right there to try and carry speed, where he just lost a good amount of lap time being completely sideways through that corner. I think if he's able to clean things like that up, he can lay down a fast lap. He is obviously incredibly fast in street class, a 1 minute flat, but instead of carrying a wide line and trying to just carry speed through that corner onto the straight, he was at a 45-degree angle for a good second or two right there. So anyone who does lap time driving, anyone who does time trial, anyone who's just trying to lay down a fast lap, they will all tell you the same thing. If your car's at opposite lock trying to lay down power on a straightaway, you're just costing yourself some time. Now, Michael Pastore right here, it is 1:07.982 as being his fastest lap so far. He has been getting heat in the tires. We see him starting warm. We see him starting hot laps and then not liking it and then backing off and letting people pass him. But right now it does look like he's really starting to get it. Looks like we had a small issue with Ernie Ramirez there, but whatever it was, he pulled to the infield, got out of the way, let the driver go by, and luckily with the track only being 1.3 miles, it's very easy for him to get back out on track, get back into the hot pits. Michael Pastore with a 102.216, so he did find some lap time. I will say that that car is a little bit more red than in real life than the pink we're showing on camera. Looks like we do have Jason Dienhart down there with Michael Sims, who just got off track in his Porsche GT3. Let's see if we can feel out Michael Sims and how he thinks the track is doing.
All right, we're back. My name's Jason, here with Global Time Attack at Ascend PPIR. Standing here with Mr. Michael Sims. He just got off track in his beautiful Porsche. First session of the competition today. How'd it go out there today and compared to practice yesterday?
Man, it went a lot better. Track's a lot cooler. Still slipping and sliding. Trying to get used to this track, all the rubber on it. But yeah, felt good. Hopefully I can get out there for the sun, bakes it. Yeah, man, super excited to be here.
Awesome. Is this the first time that you've ran at this circuit?
Yes, sir. First time here, and I like it. Just got to get used to it. It's a little different style than I'm used to, and yeah, get these tires dialed in, and hopefully, you know, get at my goal at 58 second mark. So, yeah.
Awesome. Have you ever done a roval like how this works into the track here?
Man, I haven't. Been at like Texas Motor Speedway, you know, doing trade shows. The wall looks straight up and down and very similar to this. Always curious how it felt, and I got a taste of it. So just kind of getting a, you know, not let off throttle, just stay in it. It just takes a little bit, you know, but maybe next round I won't let up. We'll see.
Right. That's the thing. You know, what's cool about, you know, Time Attack, you know, even like hill climbs, you know, each one's unique depending upon, you know, either the hill or the circuit, you know, in our aspect. You know, Coda's a very long track. You know, Road Atlanta's a different animal. It's very fast. It's got some very scary parts. You know, and this has a roval. You know, so you know, we go to Buttonwillow at the end of the year. It's a very technical track. You know, that's a very cool thing. You know, to where for you, you've got to have different type of skill sets for everywhere that you go.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of, you know, born. And Road Atlanta made when we went, you know, got first. I didn't think I'd even place, but doing the track, get it dialed in, and you learn different lines. I don't play the sim racing. I just show up, hope for the best. I, you know, watch other people, the faster cars, see. Get, you know, the easiest time. And
that was
figure out how
Jason
to
with
drift
Mr.
through
Michael
these
Sims
corners
right
all-
there, really starting to get used to all the different track layouts he's come into following GTA. He did Super Lap Battle with us, then we saw him at Road Atlanta, and like he said, it's his very first time at a roval here in Pikes Peak International Raceway. Now this roval, there's so many of them across the United States, none of them are the same. The bank angle, all of that makes the difference. These drivers who are so used to road course racing aren't going to have as much history on a roval, on a bank surface, how much speed you can carry being up top and then going down low. That's going to take time for these drivers to really find the edge and the limits of their drive. The embankment's only 11 degrees. Now, that's more than a flat corner, obviously, but we've seen embankments upwards of 15, 18 degrees. So the more the bank, the more speed you can carry, but obviously the driver has to be comfortable with that. Also, with a bank turn, the way you turn in, how much speed you carry and where is just so much different.
Welcome to Pikes Peak International Raceway, PPIR, for 2024 Ascend event. I am Jason with Global Time Attack. I'm lucky enough right now to be standing next to Ben Dankers here. He's got the beautiful Evo, car number 777 this weekend here. What can you tell me about the trip out here? You guys come from Arizona, right? So long trip. I saw that there were some issues on the way out here, unfortunately, with human beings.
Oh man, yeah, it's always fun and always a challenge. You know, we decided to stop in Santa Fe, and you know, we stopped for maybe 4 or 5 hours at a Hilton, and you know, truck and trailer were broken into, and of course, like my brand new wheels that I got for this event and tires were relieved from me. We'll say stolen. You know, but you know, luckily I had up hair on the car, and then I have some more that I'm overnighting, so we should be in pretty good shape for at least this event.
Tough stuff, you know. On the production side for Global Time Attack, we have our own issues today. We showed up, our crate's not here, our event crate with our tents and our signage and things like that, but luckily PPIR here has our back. They're a great facility. They got us in a nice room with AC, so maybe we're better off. We ship the decals and the transponders separately, so we've got bare minimum what we need in order to run the Time Attack competition Friday and Saturday coming up. What can you tell me about the car? You know, the thing is Evo is a great platform. We just don't see enough of them. Why do you think that is?
I mean, it's an older platform, right? So, you know, you gotta put a lot into it in order to get a lot out of it. It's a fully capable car. It just takes a lot to get it to that point where it needs to be. Right?
It takes someone that's going to be fully committed to getting it to this type of level,
or
especially.
crazy.
Or crazy. I hear you. I've been called the same thing for putting these things on. I know what you mean.
It's definitely a great platform, and there's a lot of potential. You know, and overseas, both in Japan and Australia, there's quite a few that still race, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's older car parts can be challenging, at least in terms of OEM. Luckily for me, none of this is OEM, so
a little beyond that at this point.
Yeah. So it's a little bit easier in that respect, but getting it to this point definitely is a labor of love.
Where can the fans out there see you next at, besides, you know, this weekend? Like, what future plans do you have? Looks like you'll probably be at the Southwest
for sure.
Festival event, I think, a Podium Club, probably, right?
Absolutely, that's my home track. So, you know, I mean, that's a first-time event for you guys. So
yes.
100% excited to be there and support GTA and you know, everything that's going on over there. I would like to make it to Washington. That's a bit of a drive for me, so we'll see how this event goes, and then you know, make that determination. But I would really like to. I hear that facility is amazing as well.
It's an awesome circuit. So he's talking about the Ridge Motorsports Park up in Washington State. It's about 45 minutes to an hour south of Seattle. Really cool facility. It's called the Ridge because it's literally built on a ridge. It's got their own version of a corkscrew, which is really cool.
I hear that's a lot of fun.
It's definitely a really fun course, and it's a beautiful setting, beautiful area. It's just carved out right in the middle of a forest, no joke. So it's just beautiful trees everywhere. It's lush and green. So Podium Club Arizona for sure. We're going to see him at at the Ridge. Ridge is August 24th, 25th up in Washington State. Podium Club, the event that he's talking about, which is his home track, that is September 19th, I think. September 19th, I believe. It's that weekend in the teens right there. You can check our website. Where can they find you on social media? What's the easiest way?
Great Grip on Instagram is you know,
that's at Great Grip on Instagram. I think there's an H being used there, right?
Yeah, it's all over the car.
Yes. I think we'll close it up here. You know, maybe we can get some shots around the car for the fans at home. But I want to thank Ben for coming out. We're going to make this an annual event here with PPIR as a plan. You know, not sure if the date will stick. You know,
I won't stop in New Mexico on the way.
I'm going to shoot right through, right? But awesome. We'd like to sign out. My name's Jason. This is Ben. Look for him on Instagram at Great Grip. Be able to find him there, and you could look for him all weekend on the live stream as well, and at upcoming Global Time Attack events. And if you're in Arizona, watch out if you see this thing at the track. It's no joke.
That was a great little interview there with Ben Dankers. Nice little story about what he went through to try to get to this event. Sadly, people do make our lives more difficult from time to time, and we don't like seeing that, but that's the life we live, and he's still out here, smiles. For those of you that don't know, he also had a transmission issue, turned out to be a clutch issue in practice. So Him and his team worked really hard to get that car back together. Ben drove 2.5 hours round trip to go pick up a clutch and had his boy Steve repair it here. Luckily, Nick Steniford, any of you old Time Attack heads know that name. He has a full-time garage here at Pikes Peak International Raceway and let him use their lift. He had to put his S2000 back together to get the car on the lift, but it's great to see the teamwork, even from people who are just here spectating, trying to make sure that these cars can go out and lay down fast lap times. This is group 5 of 6 groups going out here for their first Time Attack session. Following right now is Paul O in his Shelby GT500 running limited rear-wheel drive. Paul's actually a commercial airline pilot. Now, this is a man that obviously has a love for speed. Commercial or not, those planes do get up to quite a nice little knot there. He bought this car straight from a local Ford dealership. This is his first season racing. And honestly, he says what motivates him is just adrenaline and fast cars. And sometimes you don't need a huge reason to race. Sometimes a little bit of adrenaline takes you a long way. So Paul Orr, then we have Elijah Salberg behind him, and then Ray Guerrero in his GTX class Porsche GT2 Club Sport. For those of you that don't know what a Porsche GT2 Club Sport is, it's a cup car chassis with the GT2 drivetrain in it. The GT2 is the craziest drivetrain Porsche makes. It's twin turbo, manual monster. Now his may be a PDK, but it is the car that you could get in either trim. That car on the street version is a whole lot to handle, and in the Club Sport version even more so because it's completely uncorked, ready to go. Ray was driving a different GT2 Club Sport at Road Atlanta, and sadly he did have an incident with a barrier. That car is repairable, but to be able to make Pikes Peak in time, he did pick up another chassis, so now he's using the other one as a parts car. This car just went up Pikes Peak. You may also know Ray from his Magenta Viper that he races with us too. Now, Elijah Salberg in his enthusiast class car did lay down a 109. Paul O with a 111.871 right behind him. Looks like we have Ray Guerrero getting ready to lay down his first flying lap. Also going to be a 111.114. Ray's still getting used to this. He just came off the mountain, so the man is no stranger to speed and pushing the car to the limits, but obviously he's actually never put a single lap here in a PPIR, and he was not able to make the practice yesterday, so he's going to have to get up to speed. It is still only 68 degrees, and we're back to overcast instead of cloudy. The sun is now shining in the front area of the track. There's Brody Matthews at a 122.584 in his limited class Mini Cooper. There it is, Ray down to a 108, picked up 3 seconds. He did the same thing in Atlanta. He is the driver that likes to get up to pace his first session out. That is very, very important for him. Some people can just get in it and send it to the moon. Other people just want a first session to be able to feel the track out. Obviously, with the temperatures how they are, being so cool on track, the biggest thing you want is just traction from the tires. Then we have Paul O, though, with a 106.560. He is in the black Mustang. This blue Mustang is being driven by Elijah Salberg. That's a 107.677. You got to say these GT500s, these straight out of the box Ford factory performance cars do sound great. They perform extremely well. He's at a 104.970. Now, for those of you wondering why one Mustang is an enthusiast and another one's in limited, there are base classes depending on the vehicle. The GT500 does place itself, I believe, in a base of street or limited, and it may be based on the tires he's running that bumped him all the way to limited. But it's good to see him out here. He is going faster every lap, and that car is very, very good looking out of the box. Nice and aggressive, has a little minimal aero work, but more than anything, it's got bigger brakes, more power. It's just got a overall better stance to go out and lay down fast lap times directly out of the box. Obviously, he's proving that because every single lap he's gone purple. Now, you know, the commentator's curse is going to say he doesn't do it this lap, but a 104.9 as his first session's fastest time is great for someone who did miss practice yesterday. As far as Elijah goes, honestly, it's crazy. You see the different forms of these cars. We have a GT500 that's big V8 flat plane crank monster. And you have Elijah out here, his EcoBoost Mustang. He's makes around 300 horsepower, weighs 3,400 pounds. It's new to him in 2024. Livery update, brand new look, sporting KPMF gloss indulgent blue wrap. He bought this after selling his E46 M3. He was interested in going with a domestic car that made similar power and had a good balance. He was familiar with the 2.3 EcoBoost motor because it's the same one that's in his Ford Bronco. He's been racing about 5 years now. He ran Slush, Grid Life, PPIR's Track Attack. He's done track spins and a few other events. This is his first Global Time Attack event. And he just says he's a competitive person. He strives to be the best in anything that he does. That includes even fun hobbies like racing. And honestly, when people go out of their way to be the best in their hobbies, they really tend to take it to the extreme, and it's nice to see him out here. It is awesome to see a dual livery car like this. It's one of my favorite things in racing where one side's one color, another side's another. It just gives you a full different look depending on where they are on track. This little Mini is really getting it, though. Obviously, for those of you that don't understand why he may be in limited class, it's all rule-based. It's interior, aero, what you've removed from the car. Some people showed up and run what they brung, but honestly, he's out here getting every single lap he can. This is actually the president and CEO of Deco Tint and PPF Wrap here in Arvada, Colorado. He's been working on cars since he was 14 years old, and everything from motor builds to custom restorations. He bought this car off the marketplace, off Facebook Marketplace in 2022 for $2,500 and has just decided to turn it into a race car since. He's been an on and off drag strip driver for about 21 years. This is his first track build, so he's been working on it for about 2 years. This is his first time at PPIR, his first GTA event. And honestly, what motivates him is his family. Watching his kids grow up, having the same experiences he had as a kid. Sounds a car in the community that surrounds it is what really makes him love doing this. And like we said earlier, guys, this is such a family-based event. Any time attack event that's grassroots, be it us, Grid Life, Slush, all of these other organizations that put on these time attack events. You talk to these drivers and family's always around. And honestly, for those that don't come with family, they become part of the track family. People will do anything to help a competitor make sure they make time on track, and it's probably the same thing for this gentleman here out here with his family, and his tint and PPF business is probably doing great. Let's go ahead and shoot it down to JD in the pits. It does look like he picked a driver up off track. See how it's doing for them. The weather is still nice and cool, so I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of the same tracks getting a little cold.
Fresh off a session, I've got Daniel Escobar right here in his limited class Honda Civic right behind me. How was that first competition session out there today here at PPIR Ascend?
It was pretty good. We forgot to put some fuel in it, so we were hitting fuel cut, but car feels good, feels planted. Hoping to chase a 59 in the next session.
Awesome. 59, sub 1 minute here. That's really like a respectable time. That's what's the exact goal that you're going for?
59.9.
All right, just right in there. That's awesome. Now, limited class Civics, got big aero on it, so the diffuser in the back. What can you tell us about the engine setup here? Why don't you come take a look at this?
Yeah, so it's the original engine of the car. It's a built K20 Z3, 12 8-to-1 compression, short ratio gearbox. It's got a Boost Lab BL58X turbo on it, Haltech Elite 1500, and just a lot of stuff to keep it together. You know, the oil Setrab oil cooler. It's got a Track Tough oil or cam oiling system in it. Track Tough baffled PAM 4-piston oil pump. You know, pretty good setup. It's held together for a couple years now with no issues, and just hoping to keep pushing it further and further.
Awesome, that's what's up. To have a time attack car that's reliable is very rare. What type of horsepower numbers are you putting down with this?
Right now we're still on the lower boost settings, but the last time we had it on, it was about 650 on this setup. So we're gonna keep it here until we break the 59, and then we'll try turning it up to see what we can do.
Now that is totally a global time attack answer right there. It's on a low boost setting at 650 horsepower. What's the high setting?
So we'll probably push it to maybe around 750 to 800, just because this track doesn't really like the high horsepower with the front wheel drive. It likes to spin them, especially in the infield. So got to figure out where it's going to start spinning them, but I don't want to do that until we at least set the time we want.
Copy that. Makes sense to me. Thank you for your time, Daniel. Good luck this weekend with the Honda Civic. I'm a big Honda fan, especially a Civic fan, so I'll be watching for sure. Thank you.
That was Daniel Escobar there with Jason Deanhart. And if for those of you who think he's kidding, Jason is a huge Honda Civic fan. He bought an EGSI brand new off the lot in 1995. This man has been a diehard Honda man since day one. This is TA6 lining up and getting ready to go out. There's a second car on here, guys. You're looking at this beautiful MR2. Obviously, this is a known car to the world, but he's actually running a V6 swap. That is a minivan swap, guys, that revs to 8,000 RPM. It's probably one of the best sounding swaps we've ever heard. We have another driver in the Pacific Northwest that runs the Ridge with us that runs these same swaps, so it's great to see another person out here. You just figure you get an MR2 and you get real torque into it, it's a whole different world. That would be Matt Pope in his TA6 Toyota MR2. Leading out the pack is actually going to be Mr. Justin Miller in his ER Subaru engine Subaru Impreza WRX. Anyone who's been a fan of Japanese motorsports and Japanese sports cars in general is going to have a love for the MR2. It has been known to be a hard and dangerous car to drive when you're first getting used to it. Obviously, you're talking about rear, mid-rear engine setups. Give it a little bit too much gas and then lift. She just wants to come around on you. But you spend enough time in those cars and you really get used to them. It's like the early 911s. You just got to learn when you think it's unsafe to lift, stay in the gas. Let's get a couple hot laps out of these drivers, see what these guys are laying down. I feel this TA6 is going to have the best track so far out of everybody. The sun, again, is starting to warm up the track again. It's still 68 degrees, so it still feels great out here. Power is going to be as strong as the cars will let it be, but the track temps are going up, which means the grip is going to be there. Justin Miller in the 555 car starting his first hot lap. That is that black Subaru. Being followed by Matt Pope in his 101 Street Class MR2. Now, these drivers are both Street Class competitors, so their times are going to be very easy to compare to each other. It does look like Justin Miller was slowing down a lot going to the infield. Not sure if he's going to do another warm-up lap or if he had some small issue there, but Matt Pope is having no problem sending it into this infield. Car looks really composed in the infield. They have some good time under their belt with this car. I don't think we've seen this at a GTA event before, but they absolutely have good time in it. He got the vehicle completely stock about 5 years ago. This is his first season racing this car on the track. He's never driven PPIR, and he's never driven a GTA event. So for him, he's just motivated to be able to go out here and lay down some fast laps. It does look like the Subaru is coming back in right now, so we'll see what's going on with him. But Matt Pope on his first lap with a 1:15.084. See if he can pick up some pace on these next 2 or 3 laps. Zachary Lumsden at a 1:19.822 with his first lap, and then Craig Lumsden at a 1:16.119. Another family endeavor going on here in limited class with the Lumsdens. Helena Sandgaard with a 1:15.101, another Viking out on track. For those of you wondering, those are 2 Mitsubishi Lancer Rally Arts out there, guys. They may look very similar. They are 2 different cars being driven by Craig and Zachary Lumsden. Zach has about 17 years of motorsports under his belt. That's 9 years auto racing and 8 years in motocross. And then Craig is on his 11th professional year. So these guys have no problem going up and down. Now, both of them are Pikes Peak competitors also. So these are 2 people who are absolutely no strangers to going fast in dangerous environments. Matt Pope is leading with a 1:12.382 in this session right now. For those of you wondering, Matt Pope is the MR2. The easiest way to tell these 2 cars apart, guys, if you can't see the numbers, is one has pink wheels and one has white wheels. It is cool, though, to see 2 team cars that look very similar to each other. Keeps the theme going. And it's nice to see the rally arts out here really being shown off. We talk a lot about Evos. We talk a lot about cars that are very commonly seen out on track. The rally art is probably not the most common vehicle we see out there. So it's nice to see this team out here just laying it down with the same chassis. The brighter color wheels, car 413, that's Zachary. The white wheel car is Craig. Oh, Zach took the fastest lap from him, but Craig had to one-up him with a 1:10.711. He really picked up a lot of pace. You could tell because he sucked it up to Zach. They had a good gap between them, so Craig may have the infield figured out a little bit better. He may be carrying more speed through the Roval, but no matter how you look at it, they're both picking up a lot of speed. It does look like Jason found himself another competitor fresh off track. Let's see how the track and event's treating them.
Welcome back, race fans. Standing here with Elijah Salberg, enthusiast class Ford Mustang right here. He just came off track a few minutes ago, his first competition session of the day here at PPIR. How'd that work out for you?
It went pretty well. I was a couple seconds off my best time. A little slippery coming out of turn 4, and I had my traction control turn on in the first lap. And so I only got 2 flying laps in. The second one, a little greasy. So I was hoping to be a lot more consistent in the next session. But for this one, I wasn't at the practice session yesterday, so it was good to just kind of get re-familiar with the current temperatures and running these new tires as well, and testing out a Garrett intercooler. So hopefully things stay cool for the rest of the day, and we'll see how it goes.
I like that Garrett plug right there. They're a big supporter of Global Time Attack ever since year 1. They've been a sponsor for like 12 or 13 years. Big shout out to Garrett, Advanced Motion out there, Garrett Turbo. What can you tell me about the Mustang here?
So this is the 2.3 liter 4-cylinder EcoBoost Mustang. You don't see a lot of people taking these to the track, but these are a lot more balanced than your typical Mustang GT. So they handle a little bit more predictably, so hopefully won't be flying into any crowds today.
Awesome. Now, you guys watching at home will notice that the car's got full interior, it's got minimal aero, it's an enthusiast class build. A lot different from the one we were just looking at before, the Honda Civic next to him, which is limited class, which has a lot of aero on it. What's your plans in the future to modify this car into maybe street class or something higher, or to stay in the enthusiast class for a while?
Something like that eventually. I'll be in enthusiast class for a little bit, but I want to go E85 and do some things with the exhaust and just a couple more bolt-ons. So it'll make a little bit more power, but I love that I can drive here and get 35 miles per gallon, have AC going and my tunes blasting, and you kind of can't beat that.
No, you can't. You know, you got the best of both worlds right there, which is really awesome. Want to thank you, Elijah, for coming out. I know you're local to here. Where can people around the country follow your racing program and what you're doing?
Sure. So I'm on Instagram at carbon.cinematic, and that's pretty much where I post everything.
Awesome. At carbon.cinematic. Look for him there. Elijah Salberg, thank you very much for coming out. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you later on today or tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Like we were talking about, he's in an EcoBoost Mustang, guys. He did make a very good statement. It's probably smart he had an EcoBoost. They're more balanced, so less driving into crowds. But if you were paying attention, Zachary Lumpson in the 413 actually surpassed Craig with his 110.394 to just now lay down a 110.010. Zach apparently has really started to figure this track out because he is pulling lap time every single lap, which is always great to see. We have Helena Sandgaard, still had her fastest lap on the 4th lap at a 113.095. It does look like Matt Pope did a 112.382, and Justin Miller in the 555 car was able to come back out. This is going to be his one flyer if he finishes it. I'm not sure what issues he had, but he did have to come in and have the car checked out. The Lumpsons do have some good data to go, so they're going to come back in, probably compare data with each other, see where they can each pick up some time and go faster there. It does look like the Subaru is coming back in, which means we are not going to see another lap time from him. This is going to be the end of TA6, which racks us back around to TA1. Looks like Cable's already on grid, ready to go out and lay down some fast laps. He saw what Ferris did. He was one of the first competitors that told us that the track's a little cold, so the car's slippery. So whatever he did in between sessions is probably going to be conducive to try and lay down a fast lap in the weather right now. Here we have, guys, all the standings so far after the first set of run groups. Ernie Ramirez leading at a 104.793. Then we have the gentleman we just spoke to, Elijah, at a 107.677. And then Helena Sandgard at a 113.095. Jumping over to street class is going to be Isaac Torres at a 59.5, being chased very closely by Anthony Pearson at a 1 minute .010. We got Rico Grajeda right behind him, 3/1000ths behind at a 1 minute .013. Chris Matthews at a 101.708. And then Matt Pope at a 112. And Justin Miller not able to lay down a lap. He is a car 555. That was him going in and out, so obviously he didn't spend 7 minutes coming around. Street podium is going to be competitive, guys. Limited class is being led by Tim Shepner at a 59.027. And Joaquim right behind him at a 59.972. Michael Sims very close at a 1 minute .389. And then Michael Pastore at a 102.216. Fifth at a 103.352 is Daniel Escobar. And 104.751, Josh Tanguy. Paulo with a 104.970. The 1 through 5 are going to be competing very hard for this podium. The rest are going to have to pick up a little bit of pace, but it does look like they're going good. Unlimited class so far is just Ferris Kartumi with a 54.844 and Cable with a 58.476. Here's 2 out of your 3 unlimited competitors. We do have Dominic Tapia here also, but he's yet to lay down a lap. He is checked in and ready. Numbers are on, so hopefully we see him soon. Ferris was talking with Uncle Tony there for a few minutes, and now he's being sent out on track. Got him a little bit of space here, and now boom, Cable right behind him. Remember, guys, Ferris set the lap record here in his old chassis. This car is, I'm not going to say more sorted because he had a lot of years in the old chassis, but this car was built with all the knowledge they learned on the first chassis. So it should be superior in every way. He has to go faster than a 53.097 to reset his own record. Cable's still warming up the tires. So you notice how he was really shifting left to right there. He's scrubbing the debris off. He's using brake zones and acceleration zones to get heat into the tires. And we should see him send it for a full hot lap on this one. Let's see what his warm-up lap was. It's still going to be an incredibly quick lap time. Probably a 1 minute, I'm guessing. There he is. He's up high. This is going to be the flyer right here. So his warm-up lap was a 1 minute 7:81. Now here we should see him send it full-fledged. Hopefully we can get a shot of him into the brake zone, into the infield, because he really likes to put in those areas. Oh, this is a great shot of him coming in. It does look like he is live. He is absolutely putting the power down now. Hard brake zone into the U-turn in the infield. He's setting up out really wide and cutting it in to try and carry as much speed. He's not using the lower power line where people are hooking the inside. He's really letting that Corvette eat. He's going to go wide here to try to have a super clean line onto the bank. Cutting down low, try to carry as much speed as he can. 54.180. He's getting a lot closer, guys. He's about 1 second off of his record. If you'll notice there, what he did was he took it high and he cut it to the shortest line possible down to the bottom of the track so he could carry as much speed. Now that isn't going to help him set up for another lap, but it is going to try to be as fast as he can be. Cable's fastest so far is a 58.9. He's still getting comfortable with the track and the car itself. He said it was feeling slippery out there, so he's going to have to gain some comfort in the car if he wants to pick up a few seconds off his lap time. He's obviously having no issues into the braking zones. He's really figured out how hard and how deep he can take this car with all that power. Setting up for a new flyer. That cooldown was a 102. It's crazy when the cooldown laps are faster than most people's hot laps. That's Ferris, though. He just cooled it down just enough. We got a nice shot of Ferris. Look at him flying down this back straight area. Full wide open throttle into the kink, hard into the brakes there. Carrying some serious speed here from Cable. Oh, took it really deep into that braking zone. Cable was trying to find the threshold braking zone, and he blew the corner there. That's what happens here, guys, in Time Attack. We're not trying to do lap after lap. We're trying to be as fast as we can around the whole track. Now we do have Ferris finishing his hot lap. 54.255, about a tenth off of his fastest so far. Oh, no, it does look like we have a turbo failure. Was that a brake lockup? So this is coming from the right side of the car, guys. He does have a twin turbo setup. I'm waiting to hear from race control. I'm not sure if that's a tire failure or if that's a combustion failure there. We don't see any more smoke coming out of it. I'm not sure. Maybe his ABS. No, yes, that is absolutely an oil burn right there, guys, and it looks to be coming out of the right side. We may have a turbo failure on the passenger side of Ferris's car right now. While we get this cleaned up and try to figure out what's going on with Ferris's car, let's go ahead and send it down to JD. He's grabbed someone off track. Let's see how the track's treating them.
How's everybody doing out there? Fresh off the track is Helena Sandgaard right here in her enthusiast class Ford Focus. How was the track out there treating you on the first competition setting this morning?
It was pretty good. It was a little bit cold. We had to switch out my tires, so that threw me through a loop. So I couldn't push it as hard as I wanted to or have done previously. But get faster later on as they warm up and I get more comfortable with the tires.
Have you ran this circuit before? Are you a local?
Yes, so I'm a Colorado native. I do autocross I'm on my 5th season. I just started branching out to doing time attack. This year, my husband, he does time attack and has been egging me on to try to get out there, so I'm finally doing it.
Well, we really appreciate you joining us this weekend and competing in the enthusiast class. What can you tell the fans at home about the car? You know, it's a pretty popular platform. We usually have a few Ford Focuses at every event. Special with yours?
So mine, as of right now, because I do autocross, I have to follow the regulations. They're pretty strict, so I'm a little bit careful on modifications. So nothing super major in order for me to stay in my racing class. Hopefully.
Right. Well, that current type of setup actually works really well in terms of fitting into our enthusiast class because you're pretty limited in terms of what you could do with your tires and aero and interior deletions and things like that. Of course, in Global Time Attack, we have no horsepower limits, so you could do what you want there with us, but of course that makes it harder for you in the other organizations that you run in.
Correct. So we'll see after this year, after I go to Nats, where I place there, and then how I do here, and kind of look forward from there.
Where can the fans at home, you know, that aren't in a local to Colorado find you or follow along your racing career?
So I'm on Instagram as Fost, F-O-S-S-S-T, 5280. I call her the Fost. It's very common for the Focus STs. Plus, she's Fost. Plus, they have a blow-off valve that goes so there's kind of a lot of names in there. That, or I'm part of the RM Solo group for autocross, and then also I'm part of the Ladies Colorado Springs group too. I'm very involved in all of those. So.
Awesome. Well, we're really happy to have you join GTA and be a part of our organization and a part of our family of drivers. So it's nice meeting you. Thank you, Helena. Good luck today. We're sure to interview you another time later today or tomorrow. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I'm so excited to be out here.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
That was Elena Sandgaard. That's the wife to the Viking himself, Joaquin Sandgaard. Obviously, Joaquin out here in his McLaren 720. Sadly, his Subaru could not make it. He had a catastrophic right before the event, but it's great. He's getting his wife into racing, and it looks like she's really starting to fall in love with it. As Jason and her spoke about, she is autocrossing the car to learn car control and get used to it, and that's a really great place to start. Those of you that don't quite understand why autocross could be so important is it just teaches you so much car control. We're talking about the ability to go out there on a car on cold tires, cold brakes, and try to lay down a fast lap in a small, tight area. We see so many national autocross champions become professional racers, become time attack drivers. There's obviously this faux pas that autocrossers don't do real racing, and from our history, I could tell you that is as untrue as it gets. Obviously, it's a whole different breed of racing, but if you could take what you learn there and then take it onto a track, your car control, your hand control, all of that's going to be on a completely different level. Now, what you can see now is the track crew is actually going around to make sure that there is no fluid on track from Ferris's what looked like a turbo failure, making sure that the car didn't release any. Everything looked like to be burning through the exhaust, so hopefully we get a quick little rundown here and we get back out. That is the end of TA Session 1. Ferris with a 54.180, followed by Cable's 58.9. We do have Tim Shepner getting set up and ready to go out here for TA2. There is a driver we're yet to see, and that is Benjamin Dankers. So hopefully whatever's going on with him, they get that sorted. I know they did a new clutch in it. Maybe they're still trying to get her all ready to go. He does have the rest of the today and tomorrow to get out there, but it would be nice to see him start laying down some laps. That car is very well set up, and he showed up here ready to blast. Behind Tim Shepner is Rigo Grajeda. Rigo and his Toyota Supra, obviously street class car. He's born and raised in El Paso, Texas. He's been immersed in the world of cars his entire life, thanks to his father, a dedicated mechanic. His journey with the Supra began with it as a drag car, which he since transformed into a formidable time attack vehicle. The Supra was passed down to him by his father, Rigo Sr. He now lives his father's dream by competing here in global time attack events. He's been racing it for about 2 years. He's never driven at PPIR before. He completed SLB Coda in this car and GTA finals last year. So it's great to see him out here. He's driven by the unwavering support and encouragement from his parents and peers who continuously inspire him to excel as both a driver and person. I think that's going to be something you see a lot out here, guys. These drivers, these fans, these competitors, and everyone they come with, they just support each other to such a high level that everyone wants to compete and do well, specifically to make their friends and family proud. Tim Shepner out there in his first warm-up lap. Tim did say the track was faster than it was yesterday. Obviously, he picked up some more time. He didn't mention so much about the track being slippery, but he did do a couple warm-up laps, so he did get some nice heat into these tires. Currently, it's still 68 degrees, guys. We have been through what feels like this is going to be the 8th run group now. And the track temperature, the exterior temperature has not changed at all. We've gone from overcast to cloudy a couple times. The weather gods are being nice to us. Now let's get a little heat into this track so these drivers can lay down some fast laps. Now Tim, who's been really trying to work this infield out, hopefully we get a nice shot of him going into the infield. He's really been working on these lower speed corners. Obviously it's a Roval, you want to pick up as much time as you can in the high speed sections, but anything you can pick up here in the infield is big. Now you compare this to say Ferris. Ferris went wide and then used his power to carry through, where Tim right there is really hooking that inside curbing. Doesn't hit too much of that curb, carries a lot of that curb on the inside. Looks like he's going to hug that, go wide to try and carry as much speed as he can into the Roval itself. first lap of a 59.453. He's starting strong. I believe Tim wants to get into the 57s in this car, maybe even a little bit faster. He was here last year. He did take home a check. He wants to do that again. But now you got Rigo Grajeda right behind him at a 1:09. So Rigo is obviously very comfortable on this track so far. He's had no problem laying down fast laps. Rigo being a street class competitor. Tim very aggressive on those curbs. It does look like he has no problem pushing the car over the curbs. The setup is nice. You want a setup that's nice and compliant for curb hopping like that. The last thing you want is to unsettle the car mid-corner and have to lift. There it is, almost into the 58. It's a 59.065. Let's see if Rigo does another hot lap after this one, see how he handles this entire course. Rigo took about 4/10 off his lap. Very nice, a 1:05.80. Did another 59.233, so he's pretty consistently in the 59s right now. He's definitely wants to break out of that, maybe cools the tires down a little bit, goes for another flyer. Let's see if Rigo starts another hot lap here. Rigo did a nice little cool down. This is a good trick for even for you avid track drivers at home, guys. You don't want to go 10/10 every lap. You'll just never gain anything out of that. Do a couple flyers and then do a 70% lap afterwards. Let the tires come back under you. Like right there, he added about 15 seconds to his lap. That's a good 25% addition to his lap time to let the tires cool down. Just carry some speed. No hard braking, no crazy turning. Just let the tires come back to you. And let's see if that comes true for Rigo. He has a 1:05.80 as his fastest lap. If he can go ahead and come back in here and lay down a 59, that would be great. He's in the infield now. Let's see what kind of speed he can carry through. He's obviously now following the line. Last lap, he was just staying inside, cruising. He is hugging a lot of that infield, just like Tim Shepner was. Ooh, looks like a little, oh, yeah, he was carrying too much speed. You could see him right there. He was at a little bit of opposite lock. He looked like he had it corrected, and then it just came out from under him. That's the one thing about embankments, guys. When you're getting onto them before you're actually settled, it's probably the most dangerous time for you and the car. Luckily, it was a quick little spin. He recovered it. He's going to check it, make sure the car's good. He may be coming into his cold pits. He may go to the hot pits to have it checked out. That's one heck of a way to enter the pits right there, though, at a complete opposite lock. Looks like we have both cars coming in. Tim Shepner is coming in also. For those of you just tuning in, we are here at Pikes Peak International Raceway and Global Time Attack's Ascend and Music Motorsport Festival. We're day one. This is the second set of run groups before lunch. We will have drifting, car show, fireworks, drone light show, and much, much more here this weekend. So if you guys are local in the Colorado Springs area, anywhere within a drive, we highly recommend making your way down here to Pikes Peak International Raceway in Fountain, Colorado.
Welcome back. My name is Jason. We're here at PPIR for the Ascend event with Global Time Attack. I'm standing here with Mr. Isaac Torres, who pilots a beautiful Toyota Supra, hailing from the city of El Paso in Texas. How was the trip out here for the event this weekend? It's a long drive from El Paso over here to Colorado.
Yes, sir. So it was about 8 hours, same amount as Coda, so it wasn't too bad. My dad did all the driving, so I don't know how he's feeling right now.
Well, good. So you're rested. You're ready to go.
Yes, sir.
That's smart teamwork right there. I like that. You know, back when I used to drag race, I was a crew chief on a team, and I played your dad's role, meaning I drove the truck there, let the driver be fresh, try to win the event.
Yes, sir.
That's right. So you brought up an 8-hour drive to Coda. I think that was maybe the last time that we saw you guys time attacking with us. I think was at Super Lap Battle Coda, right?
Yes, sir.
And what can you tell us about that track and that event?
So we didn't get too much practice laps in Coda. We ended up blowing up the transmission, but I ended up getting a lot of laps in the Porsche, which is my dad's. And the Coda compared to PPIR is a totally different experience. PPIR is much smaller. You can get a lot more hot laps in, but other than that, it's driving. So we'll get back into it.
So you were able to take a few practice laps here. We did start about an hour and a half ago. You were able to get out there a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what do you think about this course? You know, have you done any rovals like this before?
No, I haven't actually. This is the first time being on an oval like that. It's crazy pulling the kind of G's you're pulling in the regular street car. As you can see, other crazy cars pulling way more G's than us, so we'll see how it goes.
That's right. So, anything new with the car different from when we saw you at Super Lap Battle Coda?
Currently, we have nothing new. We do have a stock transmission back in ever since it blew up in Coda. We did plan of having an upgraded one in, but unfortunately, it didn't get back in time. Other than that, we have one new fresh of tires that were supposed to be used at Coda, but we're using them here now.
Nice. Where can people out there find you online at?
So on Instagram, if you search up Prodigy Apparel with this logo right here, you'll find us our Instagram and everything we do over there back in El Paso.
Awesome. So what's life like back in El Paso when you're not time attacking, or what do you do?
I'm still a high school student coming into my senior year. I do work with my dad during the summer, so that's basically it. Homework, school, and just the hobbies, you know.
So we don't have too many high schoolers, so that's pretty dope. I got to give you respect for that.
Thank you.
Very cool to see a young man like that out here doing it, doing big things. Very cool. What can you tell me about future plans? What's next for the team here?
So what's next is to hopefully take it home at GTA Finals. We do have a podium club coming up next that we do want to end up going to the next. A few more upgrades here and there, and we'll be back in November for here with Global Time Attack.
We really appreciate the support. I'm glad he brought up a couple of the next events. The next event for Global Time Attack after this weekend, we're up at the Ridge Motorsports Park up in Washington State, August 24th, 25th. And then he brought up the Podium Club. It's a new event that we're linking up with. Some friends from We Don't Lift Racing are putting on an event called Southwest Speed Festival. This Podium Club, I believe it's September 19th, right?
I think so.
September 18th, 19th, 20th, that weekend, right around there. It's going to be our first time coming out. They're planning to be there. It's a spectator-friendly event, so it's just the start of something cool at the Podium Club, which is a new track. You've ever been there yet?
No, sir.
Yeah, so I haven't been there yet either. It's going to be my first time that weekend. Looking forward to it. And then after that, we're ending the year like we always do at Buttonwillow Raceway out in Central California. November, I think, 8th, 9th, 10th is the date this year, and it's the GTA Finals. This will be the 20th year of Time Attack, people like this guy right here, and the rest of these people gathering to Time Attack the week after SEMA. Used to be a Super Street Magazine event. We took the event over back in 2012, and we've been the purveyors of it ever since, and we're very proud to carry on the tradition. It used to be called Super Lap Battle. We changed the name about 6 years ago to GTA Finals when we started doing Super Lab Battle at COTA, which you've been to. I want to thank Isaac here for giving us some time today. One more time, tell them where they can find you online.
Prodigy Apparel on Instagram. You'll find us there.
All right. See you guys soon. Thank you.
You know, it's not very often you get to meet someone who's still in high school and gets to race cars. That's pretty awesome of his dad, but you heard him. Their work ethic is above and beyond. He's been working with his dad over the summer, and he obviously is still doing a great job on his day in and day out. That's going to be Isaac Torres, the third car on grid right now. This is going to be TA3 going live, being led out by Joaquin Sandgard. Daniel Escobar right behind him in that limited class Honda Civic, as you heard Jason talk to them earlier. He's running about 600 horsepower on this map. Still a K20Z3 out of the car built, making 600 on this turbo setup. He says he has about 750 to 800 on full tilt, but obviously he's trying to get where he wants to go on the lower setting before he figures out the higher setting. He wants to be in the mid 59s before he starts to turn the car up. He says the car is a lot to handle on the infield at that power level. You've got a lot more right foot modulation going on. Joaquin, obviously, in this McLaren 720 as his time attack car, did have an issue right before the event. Always really sad to hear, but it's always great to see him show up in something else. That, along with the fact that he's convinced his wife to start time attacking in her Focus ST, which is awesome to us. So there's going to be Joaquin Sandgard, followed by Daniel Escobar with Isaac Torres just behind him. Michael Sims is also in this run group. If he gets out here, that is going to be the Porsche GT3. Here we are, guys, going live. This is going to be Group 3, Session 2. Here it is. Here it is. Joaquin getting on that front straight, about to cross start finish. He obviously looks a lot more comfortable in the car now than he did last session. He's really sending it through one, staying high in that corner. He stayed in the gas quite longer than before, which is great. So it looks like he's getting more comfortable. Daniel Escobar right behind him doing the same. Track may be coming into itself, and the drivers have some run time under their belt. So that's going to be a big difference on their lap times this session. Got Joaquin turning in here. Let's see how he handles this infield. I'm unsure if he's going to be taking what we would call the power line, making it wider, if he's going to use every bit of this compliant factory suspension. Looks like he's not using a lot of curbing in this car. I don't have much history of McLaren, so I couldn't tell you if it's incredibly upsetting to the car to do so or not. He did have to do a little opposite lock going over that curb and this one too, so that does make sense on why he stayed away from the U-turn curbing, because it is rather aggressive. 59.816 first lap. He is absolutely getting it in that McLaren. Daniel Escobar to 102.277, getting closer to his time that he is chasing. We have Michael Sims right behind him at a 101.272. And here's Isaac Torres. He's already ran a 59. He's at a 101.447. Civic looking good on the infield. Car seems to really respond when he turns. Got a little bit of understeer through that corner right there. As I say it, got to give him the commentator's curse, obviously. But he seems to have a good handle on this car. Woo, taking a lot of curbing there. He had to slow down quite a bit. Now he's taking the wide line to try to carry as much speed as he can onto the banking. Right here is where we saw the car spin last session. This is the change from flat to banking. That's where it's going to be the hardest to put the power down, especially in a rear-wheel drive car. Michael Sims at a 1 minute .539 on his last lap. He's picking up pace. Looks like Isaac Torres is about to cross start finish with a 1 minute .007, just shy of his 59. Ooh, Michael Sims trying to hook the inside there, and it just completely unsettled the car, made the rear end come around. This is where you can really tell the difference on quite a few things with cars. The setup, the style of vehicle, front engine, front wheel drive, rear wheel drive. These things make a big difference when we're talking about how they take corners and how the cars react to using curbs to take those corners. Obviously, street drivers are going to look at them and not understand why the curbs may or may not be faster. Those of you that spend a lot of time on track know, depending on your car and your setup, you can really use the curb to hook the car around, try and gain every 10th or 100th you can in each corner. When you're looking for a second and there's 9 corners in a track, if you can pick up a 10th on every single corner, you're there, you know? So these drivers really are not just trying to maximize their top speed, they're trying to maximize their braking points, their turn-in points, where they can carry a little bit more speed or gain a little bit more by just hooking that corner or just carrying a little bit more speed, maybe letting off the brake a little earlier to carry more speed into the corner itself. Isaac's got some real fast hands there. He thinks he's part of the drift paddock right now. He just stayed wide open throttle through that corner, didn't want to lift, didn't want to give up anything. Looks like Isaac did stay out after that. He's going to do a cool down lap now. He was really low on the embankment right there, so he's going to cool the car down. He did roast the tires all the way between 2 corners. He almost connected both of them. He may need to pick up drifting as a side sport. You can see from this shot the attitude of the vehicles. This is some pretty severe direction changes through these S's, and they're rather tight. A lot of people are used to S's on tracks where you can kind of straight line through them. Here you can't. It looks like Joaquin's coming in and Daniel Escobar's following him. But if you saw those S's from up top, they are not the kind of S's where you're driving through the middle of them and hopping left to right to left to right. These drivers really have to set up these corners to try and carry as much speed, but also set themselves up onto the bank as well as they can, because you may be able to carry more speed through that last S by hugging the inside, But the downside of that is you've really hurt your exit onto the bank, and you have to ask yourself what's more important, carrying a couple more mile an hour through the S or gaining 10 mile an hour plus at the top at the straight. And obviously carrying 10 plus mile an hour through the straight is going to get you more than just sending it through that final S. We'll see right here how Michael Sims takes it. He's kind of in a middle line right here. He's in between the two. He's not hugging the inside of the corner, but he's also not sending the car extremely wide for speed. Obviously, how wide you send it is dependent on how much power you're trying to put down and really what your car can do down the front straight. The lower power cars are going to hug it a little bit more. The higher power of the car, the more likely you're going to see a very wide line. It's very rare you see a GT3 RS on track not looking good. The car is very composed. He took it super deep into that corner, though. It looks like he's trying to carry a little bit more speed everywhere, and there's pros and cons to that, obviously. There's the thought process of working on one small section at a time and trying to gain speed there versus trying to pick up speed in every corner. He obviously was carrying more speed into the S's he ever had, and it kind of just threw him off there in that final S. He had to take a lot more curb than he usually would have, and it slowed him down a lot on those final two corners. I don't know what happened to Daniel Escobar, but it looks like they're having some hopefully not catastrophic, some mechanical issues there, pushing the car back to the pits. We'll try to get a little bit of information. Hopefully Jason can go talk to Daniel Escobar's team, see what's going on down there with his car. That is the end of Group 3, Session 2. We're going to have TA 4, 5, and 6 coming up. It does look like they made it back to their pit. It was a little bit of a push, but not too bad. For those of you just tuning in right now, we are at Pikes Peak International Raceway and Global Time Attack's Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival here in Fountain, Colorado at Pikes Peak International Raceway. We are In the second set of run groups for the Time Attack organization, we have 4, 5, and 6 left. TA 4, 5, and 6 still to go out on track before we take a nice little break for drift, drags, and the burnout competitions. Make sure if you're near Fountain, Colorado, in Colorado Springs, or anywhere within driving distance of Pikes Peak International Raceway, you make your way out here. For those of you wondering what's going on with this Time Attack and what makes it so special, we have $50,000 in cash prizes available, guys. $50,000. The track record is held by Ferris Khartoumi at 53.097. He's within half a second of that, or about 3/4 of a second so far in his second lap. He may have a small issue with the car. Hopefully, whatever it is, it can be resolved. But he's chasing after his own record to take that $10,000 prize for resetting the overall track record. On top of there being a $10,000 prize for overall, there's a $10,000 prize for the night battle that happens tomorrow. Every single class also has a payout, my guys. Unlimited taking $5,000 for first place. Limited $4,000 for first place. Street $3,000 for first place. Enthusiast, GTX, and Max Effort also all $1,500 for first place. Second and third obviously have their own payouts, but everyone's here to win. They want to see the big dollar check go into their hands. You could, in theory, take home $25,000 if you reset the overall track record, won the night battle, and won unlimited class. That's $25,000 home in a Time Attack competition, which is obviously not something you hear about very often. So these drivers in on this first year of the GTA and PPR collab here at Ascend Music Festival, they're in early to try and take this money home. If you are around, don't forget we will have a drone light show and a firework festival at night tonight. Looks like Jason did find himself someone to get a little bit of info on how this track is doing and how they're doing downstairs. While we line up the grid for TA4, let's see how our drivers are doing out in the paddock.
Hi, everybody. Race fans, I'm back. I'm over here in the pits with Zach and Craig Lumsden. They just came off their first session. They're a father-son duo. You guys might have seen them run many years over at Pikes Peak. I didn't happen to make it there this year. I know I've seen you guys there a few years back. I've made it a couple years in a row. It's an amazing event. Were you guys there this year?
No, not this year, unfortunately. We got a little busy doing some off-road stuff, preparing for Baja, and as well as preparing for Dakar in 2025.
I follow you guys on Instagram. I did notice all of the off-roading stuff. Is that something new to you guys?
Well, we've been doing it here for a couple years now. We've sort of drifted away from the track events and everything, been concentrating a lot on the desert type racing and everything like that. And just as Zach had mentioned, we're really preparing ourselves to go overseas and race in Morocco and in Dakar this coming year.
That's huge. That's awesome. Good luck to you guys on that. That's a huge endeavor. And we appreciate you guys. You know, when you still have the time, you guys have the cars, obviously, and bringing them out to our events and this awesome event, Ascend, here at PPIR. How far are you guys from this particular area or circuit?
We're about an hour away north from here, so it's pretty close to home, honestly. So it makes it pretty nice, honestly.
Nice. So I would assume that this isn't the first time that you guys have ran here, right?
No, it's actually about, we've been here several times. We've had a lot of fun, so it's a great track. It's a great opportunity, and I can tell you this, the weather is incredible right now. So
it does feel great. It's a little cool this morning. Sun's out now, a little wind. It is a real nice day today. Good opportunity to lay down some fast lap times. Talking about that, what was the first couple sessions like today?
Yeah, it was good. We just wanted to go out there, get used to the cars again. It's been a couple years since we've been inside the cars, so we just wanted to give them a good shakedown. And as well, just kind of refreshing our memory on the track. We didn't go to practice yesterday, so we just kind of utilized this time to use our practice since we have all day today and as well as tomorrow. But overall, the track was awesome, so we really appreciate you letting us be out here. So.
For sure. It's always great to have you guys out here. Two different Evos. Are there huge differences with the cars? Are they set up somewhat similarly? You guys are smiling?
There is a huge difference. It's all on the engine. Everything is basically the same other than what's inside that engine. His is built to put out 1,100 horsepower. I am not sure I can handle that, so I downgraded mine to 450.
Gotcha. All right, so yeah, two different animals, that's for sure. Definitely two different animals. What's it like with all that power?
It's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, but I gotta give mad props to my dad for going out there and being able to chase me down out there. So that was huge. Good for him.
Yep. Well, the driver mod is always the most crucial mod. I mean, that's definitely for sure, right? As we're getting the fans at home a little look at both the engine bays here. Again, thank you guys so much. It's always a joy having you guys out. What's next plans for these cars here? I know that's not exactly the focal point right now, but they seem to run pretty well.
We're not really sure. We might, get interested in taking them back to Pikes Peak one of these days. If we're not too busy with off-roading, but we'll see.
And you guys know I've got your information, so I'm always going to bug you about upcoming GTA competitions and whatnot. And as you know, we run 4 to 6 times around the country. We're at COTA every year to kick off the year in March, usually, hopefully April in 2025. We're usually at Road Atlanta in May with Formula Drift. And we will be back here again in July of next year. It might not be the same weekend, but we're looking at that. And we have also made a new home up at Ridge Motorsports Park up in Washington State every August, and we end it at Buttonwillow, traditionally in November. This year we're adding a new event at Podium Club. Not sure if you heard of a new track called Podium Club out in Arizona. They've only been around for a couple years now. We're going to do an event with them this September, a one-day deal. But thank you guys again. Where can the fans at home like me, I know the answer, but where can they find you guys on Instagram?
Yeah, they could follow us on Colorado Motorsport.
At Colorado Motorsports on Instagram. They also got a pretty cool...
Again, just search it out on YouTube, Colorado Motorsport, not Motorsports, Motorsport, and you can check out all our videos, shorts, and everything that goes along with it.
That is one thing these guys do a good job of, is they put out some good content, which makes it an easy follow. Thank you guys so much.
That was Craig and Zach Lumsden. It is great to see them both out there. Like he said, there's a big power difference between the two. Obviously, it looks like father's age and wisdom and track experience has helped him chase down his son. It is good to see him out here. Make sure to give those guys a follow. As you heard from them, it's not just track driving for them. They're getting ready for the Baja. They were not able to make Pikes Peak this year. Obviously, they have quite a bit of history there, but it's been great seeing them out on track. While we were watching, we did get Anthony Pearson with a 101.693, Michael Pastore at a 102.583, and Chris Matthews, who just laid down a 102.6. Looks like Anthony Pearson at a 101.010 in that yellow Supra. He was extremely on it in his last session. He was carrying a lot of speed, probably a little too much in a few sections, as he was at reverse lock quite a bit on the infield. There we have Ernie Ramirez with his first flying lap at a 103.908 in his enthusiast class car. For those of you wondering, this is an Evo. The two Lumsdens are actually driving Lancer Rally Arts. Very similar cars, strong power plants, just different drivetrains. So it's great to see not just one type of car out here. These guys are out here, multiple different style of cars. Michael Pastore just finished his 4th lap at a 102.9, about 0.4 off his fastest at a 102.5. But Chris Matthews in that Subaru Street Class, a 102.470. This right here is more of a street-going car to most people. This is an Audi S3, guys. I know a lot of people know the A3 platform. The S3 is obviously very, very fun car to drive on the street. Not something you see of on the track a lot. So it's great to see one set up and built specifically to drive on track. Car 757 Ernie Ramirez coming into the hot pits. Going to talk with his crew really quick, make sure the car is good to go. Maybe get a little bit of space. It does look like he does need the front end looked at. He has people checking out the front tires. pointed out his window right there. We do have this beautiful Audi S3 coming back into the pits, Mr. Michael Pastore. For those of you that can see this flag waving, we do have a little bit of a wind. It's been coming up and down. Obviously, the weather's been great for these drivers today. Hasn't been hot. There's no sign of any weather conditions coming in. It's a nice, beautiful blue sky out there right now. A little bit overcast. The clouds are doing a good job of blocking off the sun. Anyone who's been up here at Pikes Peak International Raceway knows when that sun's out, it beats on you. We're sitting somewhere around the 6,000 foot elevation range, so the closer you are to the sun, the more you can absolutely feel it. It sounds obvious, but for anyone who's never been at elevation with the sun blaring at you, it's a completely different feeling. It's 69 degrees right now, overcast. Anthony Pearson is leading this session with his 101.010. While Ernie Ramirez goes out to do another warm-up lap before he sets a flyer, it does look like we have Jason with someone fresh off track.
Welcome back. It's me, Jason. I'm standing here with Joachim Sandgaard. Just got off the track a little while ago. We were running our first couple competition sessions this weekend here for Ascend at PPIR. What can you tell me about the track out there, this first couple sessions of the day?
The first session was really good. The track felt really nice. It wasn't too hot. The second session, it started getting a little squirrely. I'm understeering a little bit. This was a sort of a last-minute car for me. I was planning on running my Subaru, but Subaru was going to do Subaru things, and the Subaru blew up. So I last minute got some tires for this, and we're running a McLaren 720S and trying to put down some good lap times.
Awesome. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Obviously, we saw the registration come through when you signed up for the competition, and it was a Subaru. Saw an email come through asking if you could switch cars at the last minute, which is allowed. Just got to fit in a class and fit safety, which you were able to do. What exactly happened to the Subaru?
Well, it spun a rod bearing. I was out testing it actually here at PPIR, and got the oil a little bit too hot, so my fault. Not really the Subaru's fault, more my fault, but spun a rod bearing, and we're scrambling to find an engine, but just couldn't get it done. So McLaren it is.
Not a bad backup car. What's it like driving this in comparison to the Subaru? Obviously, two different type of machines.
Well, we haven't had to work on it at all yet, other than to check the tire pressures. So it's definitely been a different experience. I'd say the Subaru feels like a more visceral experience, whereas this car just does it. But I'd take either. I just love being on track.
Love to hear that. We love being at the track as well. Appreciate you supporting PPIR and Global Time Attack with this Ascend event this weekend. You and the wife out here, it looks like.
She got in as a last-minute entry. We saw that there weren't that many competitors in the enthusiast class, so we figured we'd get her in, see if she can't get a podium.
Awesome, and it's great to have someone else competing. It's always cool to see it. We've got a father-son duo. We've got a father and his son. So pretty cool. Thank you guys for coming out and supporting the event, and good luck this weekend, and good luck with getting the Subaru back, and we'll see you at another Time Attack soon.
Absolutely. I'm hoping to at least make Super Lap Battle next year with the Subaru. So.
Awesome. That's a mega event, and
That is Joaquin Sandgaard, our own personal GTA Viking. It does look like Ernie Ramirez went out on another warm-up lap, and whatever it was, his team is running out. He came straight back to the hot pits, did not do a flyer. I got a couple of his crew members running out. Hopefully, whatever it is, it's nothing too serious. They're going to go ahead and talk with him. Hopefully, he drives in under his own power, and they're able to get that figured out. That is the end of TA4. This is Group 4. It was led by Anthony Pearson at a 101.010. Looks like we have Elijah Salberg lining up in TA5 in his EcoBoost Mustang. We heard from him and JD earlier. He really likes this EcoBoost platform, per his exact words. It is incredibly balanced. Obviously, that has a lot to do with the lighter weight engine in the front. Obviously, the car does not make the same power as the 5.0 or the Voodoo engine in the Shelby GT500 being driven by Paul O. But with that comes a car that's much more responsive in turn-in, obviously a lot better on brakes. This is his first season driving this car. He said he'd like to stay an enthusiast for a little bit, get more comfortable, and then start throwing some more mods on it. He did mention things like wanting to run the 85, do some exhaust work, some more modifications to the chassis as a whole. So I'm sure we have a lot coming out of Mr. Salberg in the future. Behind him lined up is Brody Matthews in his Mini Cooper S. For those of you that didn't hear earlier, he actually bought this car off Facebook Marketplace for $2,500 in 2022. And he used to be a drag guy. He wanted to build his first track build. And honestly, that's a super cool car as your first track build. Anyone who's ever driven a Mini Cooper S, they're very well balanced cars. They were a car that was very popular in IMSA quite a few years ago in the lower racing series. And they are super competitive, really fun to drive, very well balanced cars. If you're going to choose something as your first true track experience car, it's always great to pick a car with good balance, something that's easy to drive, something that will help you develop as a driver as opposed to you having to fight the car all the time to learn to get used to it. Ray Guerrero getting ready to line up on grid in his GT2 Club Sport. We got Elijah Salberg. He's going to be the first one out here laying down a fast lap. We'll go ahead and see if we can follow him around. EcoBoost, obviously same Mustang platform as the GT500. There'll be some chassis differences, brake differences, wheel differences, obviously. But these new age Mustangs are very well balanced cars as a whole. You got one with a nice lightweight engine in the front. I'm not sure of the weight distribution on this car, but this driver absolutely loves how this car feels. Anyone who's ever driven one of these 2.3 EcoBoosts too, a little bit of work on a tune and they are no slouch. You know, a real light 300 horsepower car, given 300 horsepower in this day and age, doesn't sound like a lot to people, but you have a nice 300 horsepower car with a really good balance. It's very, very easy to start laying down some fast lap times. He just crossed start finish to start his first flying lap. Carrying a whole bunch of speed into that corner. It does look like he overcooked it. Obviously, no one wants to run the drifting line in a road course car. He usually would have wanted to take a lot more inside there, so that's going to hurt his lap time. He was complaining of understeer when he was talking to JD, so that's something he's going to have to figure out with his team. maybe a tire pressure change. I think he's still on factory suspension, so we're not going to see a shock change out of the car, but he may have to adjust his driving style along with pressures and whatever he can on his end to try to alleviate that understeer. A 108, 109 as his first lap. This right here is Ray Guerrero in his 888 GT2 Club Sport, just fresh off of Pikes Peak. He has 8 years running Pikes Peak hill climb, and not just this car, his Viper and other chassis. Ray has traveled with us for many years. He started with an Alfa Romeo 4C, went into a Porsche Turbo, into his Viper that he still runs to this day. The Viper was a Pikes Peak car for quite a few years, and now he's moved on to this Porsche GT2 Club Sport. He's still learning this car, learning this chassis. He was laying down some flyers at Atlanta before he had an incident. Obviously, that car he had to write off at the time because he had to be ready for Pikes Peak, so he bought another car, and now they're just using that car as a parts car for this one. Elijah still fighting with understeer. Looks like after that flyer he did a cool down. Maybe he thought he got too much heat into those front tires. He did a 124.9. Looks like he's going through the infield. He's still keeping that really wide line even on his cool down lap. So that may be just the line he's most comfortable with, but it definitely looked like he was understeering. Tires were turned, but the car itself wasn't turning. There it was, Elijah, the 107.997, picked up about a second on his fastest lap of this session so far. For those of you wondering the format, we're not running 15 or 20-minute sessions. We're running 6 10-minute sessions. These drivers get more alone time on their track. What I mean is there's between 3 and 6 cars on track at any one given time, but they have less time to lay down that lap. So it's lower stress and higher stress all at the same time. You're going to be out there trying to push as hard as you can with your time. You're not going to have to worry about cars catching up to you early on unless you obviously make a big mistake or decide to get out of a lap. But at the same time, now you only have 10 minutes. So if your routine is to do 2 flyers, come in and do 2 flyers, you're going to have to get that done in quite a quick manner. Luckily, the lap times are between 55 and a minute 10. So 10 minutes is still plenty of time to lay down fast laps. Hopefully we have a chance to talk to Ray at some point after these laps, see how comfortable he is in the car at this event. This is his first time at PPIR, though, well, not his first. He raced it, I think he raced here in 2016, got some laps under his belt. but since then he has not seen this track. They have repaved the Roval a few times. It used to have a very aggressive bump in it, made it very hard to get on there with any kind of clean line without the car really getting unsettled. Such a great shot from this drone of the infield. 9-corner track, 1.3 miles. The drivers go through this. Oh man, he took as much of the inside of that corner as he could. Drivers drive through this. He reaches these S's, which are in no way in a straight line. He gets to carry a lot of speed through the first one, has to slow through the second one. Third one, you want to hug the inside to be able to be nice and outside through the fourth one to carry as much speed as you can. Got Brody Matthews out here. About 5 or so seconds left in this session. Looks like they're probably going to checker him as he goes by. Yep, this is going to be his last lap. It does look like TA6 has every single person lining up ready to go out. This is going to be the funnest session of the day so far. We have quite a few cars ready to go out. We have the Lumsons. We have the beautiful V6 MR2. We have Joaquin Sandgaard's wife, the Lady Viking. We seem to have everybody going out right now. We have Matt Pope in the MR2. We have Zachary and Craig Lumsden in their Rally Arts. We have Justin Miller in his ER Subaru Engines WRX. Here we are, TA6 ready to go live. Looks like we have all of TA5 pulled in. Just waiting for the track to give us the green light to go hot. Our drone pilot trying to stay out of that wind, if you could tell. This flag is definitely moving, and then nothing but respect to the drone pilot. And here we go, TA6, final run group, final time attack group of run group 2. This is going to be the final run before we go to our lunch break. For those of you that are here at the event or close, we're going to go into the drifts, drags, and the burnout box. Justin Miller is yet to lay down a lap in competition. He did get quite a few laps in practice, so whatever issues he's running into, hopefully they're getting them sorted. He obviously would like to be able to lay down a fast lap during the competition. Nothing feels worse than going fast in practice and then having nothing but issues during the event. So whatever he has going on, hopefully they got it nice and sorted. This is a street class Subaru. Behind him is Matt Pope in his street class Toyota MR2. Here we have Justin Miller. He is full song. Car sounds a lot better out there. Looks like we may actually get a full lap out of him. Let's see it. His car looked really good in the infield yesterday. He was getting more comfortable with the banking. I'm not sure how much time he's spent here or on banks in general, but he's been getting more and more comfortable. He's going to take it here to the infield, hard on the braking zone to the very first sharp left-hander going in. It does look like we have some smoke coming out on deceleration. We saw this a little bit earlier where he's got no issues under full song, but the second he lifts, he gets little puffs. It's hard to tell if it's coming from the exhaust or coming from under the car, though. Does look like he's still sending it, though. Let's see if he takes this one all the way across start-finish. And Justin Miller in the car 555 with a 110.371. For those of you that are Subaru fans, you know 555, that is a very historical Subaru number. It's probably the number most fought over anytime a Subaru signs up to an event. Just behind him, Matt Pope was able to lay down a 110.276, about a tenth faster than Justin Miller. Zach Lumpson, first one across the start finish for the Lumpson family. He with a 113.864. Craig right behind him, laying down a 1:11.4. They gave themselves a little bit more gap there. It looked like Craig was catching Zach a little faster last session, so looks like they wanted to give each other a little bit more room. Make sure no one catches up to the next one, getting a little bit of aero wash there. Helena Sandgard with a 1:16.001 in her enthusiast class, Focus ST. Matt Pope really comfortable in this MR2. Oh! Took a little bit too much curbing right there. Car came up and around on him. It does look like Justin Miller had an issue. He pulled it in right there at the very end of the start. Whatever it is, he wanted to make sure he didn't cause any issues on track. Matt Pope down to a 1:09.946. Oh, Mr. Shellhart and his GTX DTM style BMW losing it in the infield. While that was going on, it looks like we got Zach Lumsden at a 1:11.576. Craig Lumsden, though, a 1:09.423, fastest of the session now between the two Lumsdens. Look at that. Chris Shellhart spun out in the infield, still did a 1:13. That car has some speed under it. He's just going to have to keep a lap together. It's always great to see this father-son duo out here battling it on track. Isaac Torres, his father, races too in a Porsche. When we see them at events driving together, it's always great to see both father and son out on track together, keeping racing in the family. Zach Lumsden at a 1:10.617, catching up to Craig. Let's see if Craig can surpass his 1:09. 1:10.096, so his fastest lap is still his second lap, while Zach is picking up pace every single lap. It looks like Matt Pope is done. He's brought it in. It's 1:09.946. He's very happy with that for this first one. Now, that MR2 is running a V6 swap that's basically stock. It's a stock ECM flash, so he's just using the power that comes out of that Toyota V6. Chris Shellhart able to lay down a 1:08.556. Looks like he cleaned that lap up a little bit. Helena laid down a 1:14.167 on her second lap. Her third lap was a 1:23. It may have been a cool down. As you can see from this drone shot, you can see the overcast. We have a lot of sun on the front straight where the start finish is and no sun on the infield right now. There we have Zach at a 1:09.437. And we got Craig at a 1:08.745. He was a couple thousandths off until Craig finished that lap. Looks like them chasing each other is making all the difference in the world. That internal competition between father and son, always wanting to be the faster of the two. Helena really using that wide line right there to try and carry as much speed as she can onto the front straight. Got a cool down lap here at a Craig Lumsden, just driving the bottom of the track. Looks like he probably made a mistake because it was still a 1:14. While these drivers are cooling down out here, maybe getting another hot lap, getting ready, let's shoot it down to Jason and see what drivers are feeling out there in the hot pits.
Back to the Time Attack pits here at PPIR for the GTA Ascend event. I'm standing here with enthusiast class driver Ernie Ramirez. How's the track treating you out there today?
Track conditions are actually pretty good right now. The weather's nice. You know, we get a little bit of overcast with the clouds. I mean, it feels great. You know, just running into a couple little issues with my car, but so far so good.
What can you tell us about the car here? You know, it's always good to see an Evo. We've got a few of them here this weekend. That's a rarity. What's up with yours?
So my car is pretty much just your basic bolt-ons and stuff, but we are finding a transmission issue, so I'm only able to get one lap at a time, but we're making the best out of it. So right now we're P1, about 4 seconds ahead of enthusiast class, so hopefully we stay there until tomorrow. So
awesome. Yes. KISS fan.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, I don't know if you see the license plate here, but I am a KISS fan as well. Love Gun. Cool song. Yes, there you go, dude. Very cool, very cool. It's good to see a music fan out here. Pretty awesome. So is that your favorite KISS?
Awesome records, but it's actually also because I started a skateboard company, Dex. So I named it Destroyer, and that kind of what funds my race car.
Awesome. So people out there that want to follow along, you know, your racing program, where can they find you on Instagram?
Destroyer.racing on Instagram. That's
at destroyer.racing. Find it. What about YouTube, anything like that?
I haven't started any YouTube channels just yet, but I should.
All right. I understand. You know, it is tough to keep up with social media. There's always something. Instagram seems to work pretty well for us. We obviously broadcast our live streams on YouTube, our YouTube page, and Facebook and Twitch. You guys out there watching, thank you very much. What plans you have for the car in the future? Obviously, it sounds like transmissions coming up soon. What else plans? You plan to stay in the enthusiast class for a while? Moving up in class? Any plans for that?
Yeah, so this is actually going to be one of my last events because so right after this, it's going to go straight into surgery, get a cage done, fuel cell, fire suppressant. So I mean, that's a dream of mine. Left California to move closer here, and hopefully I get accepted for next year.
Awesome. Well, you definitely will get the nod and the recommendation from us. We've recommended many drivers to Pikes Peak. It's a friendly event. It's an awesome event. Definitely a bucket list type situation. I drove up there a couple years ago in a rental car. It's absolutely amazing drive. To do it at speed in a car like this, what a dream come true. I don't blame you. Where were you from in Colorado? I'm sorry, in California. Where'd you come from?
So I was born in South Central, raised in East LA, so Los Angeles area. That's where I grew up, and I mean, just growing up in the Time Attack scene with influences like Will and Amir. I was always part of their team, helping them build the car in the pits and stuff. And finally, it's my turn. So I'm here, and I'm trying to, proving grounds.
Awesome. Obviously, not your first GTA. We appreciate the support over the years. Once you're done running this thing up Pikes Peak and it's in that type of trim, we'll have to see you back out at our events in Unlimited class. It sounds like it would probably fit into.
Oh, definitely. Actually, I'm building a 3000 GT VR4 for that. So something a little different. I know it's heavy, but you know what? It's time to have fun.
Exactly, and that's also a very unique thing about Time Attack is that a lot of the cars just represent cars that team or that driver just wants to go fast in. It doesn't always have to be a certain platform that everybody knows is like the golden platform, right?
Exactly, yeah. For me, it's pushing the boundary of that vehicle and not trying to cater to a vehicle that's already fast.
Love it. Good to hear. Good to hear it. Good luck this weekend. We'll talk to you soon, either later today or tomorrow. Thank you.
While that interview went out, it looks like we had a couple fast laps, guys. Craig Lumsden with a 108.162 able to pass Zach. And we had Chris Shellhart lay down a full flyer at a 103.461 in his BMW DTM style GTX race car. So Chris Shellhart led that session at a 103.461. Craig was able to pull out a 108.162 on his final lap to surpass Zach at a 109.437. Matt Pope with a 109.946. Justin Miller with a 110.371, and Helena Sandgaard at a 113.251. That is the end of Group 6 here. That is the end of the morning time attack session, guys. That was 2 sets of run groups. Let's go ahead and go where standings are right now. We have Ernie Ramirez leading enthusiast class with a 103.908. That's who JD was speaking to down there. Got Elijah Salberg at a 107.676 and Helena Sandgaard at a 113.095. Street class, still a very tight pack. We have Isaac Torres at a 59.5 with Anthony Pearson about a half a second behind at a 1 minute .010. Rico Grajeda, 3 thousandths off of Anthony Pearson's time, so that second and third place is as close as it can be, with Chris Matthews really knocking on the door at a 101.708. Limited with a 59.027 from Tim Shepner, but Joaquin Sandgaard with a 59.816, really knocking on the door of first place. Michael Sims at a 1 minute .389, and Michael Pastore at a 102.216. A nice mention is Daniel Escobar at a 102.277. Fifth, fourth, third, and second and first are all super tight right now. Let's see what kind of battle we have coming out of them in the afternoon and into tomorrow. Unlimited class, Ferris is still holding strong at a 54.180. We'll take this break coming up to try and figure out what's going on with his car. Hopefully he can get back out there and keep competing to reset his own record. Cable with a 58.476 in his twin turbo Viper, the first event this car has been out to. We're going to send it down to Jason down in the paddock.
Welcome back to the Time Attack Pits, everybody. My name is Jason with GTA. We're here at Ascend PPIR. Standing here with Brody Matthews. This weekend he's piloting a beautiful car, a Mini Cooper. What can you tell us about this Mini Cooper?
Yeah, well, this is a 2006 R53 JCW. This is a kind of a one-off build, one of the first I've ever done. Built quite a bit of drag cars in my life, but it's time to switch over to track.
Awesome. I'll touch on that in a second. How was the track out there? You guys got 2 sessions in this morning before the break right now. How's the track feel? How's the car feel today?
Just starting to figure it out. This is the first time here on this track, and I mean, I got my fastest run in this morning, and you know, I'm definitely underpowered compared to the class I'm in. So I'm outclassed, but I'm just taking advantage of the time to figure out the, you know, the symmetrical side of and technical side of the track, and hopefully put down as good a times as I can with the underpower, and then see how it goes.
Awesome. That's what, you know, that's why I really like these 3-day type formats where, you know, the first day it isn't mandatory practice, but we do have practice sessions available, you know, to get some seat time. And, you know, and you got a day one like today to kind of work your way into it, and you still have tomorrow if the car survives, you know, anybody out there to really improve and get familiar with the track if you haven't ran here before. Being a unique build like this, I'd like to know where I can follow along and, you know, where you guys are going to be next. Are you guys on Instagram? You guys on YouTube? Like, where can the fans out there find you?
Man, we're on Instagram, Facebook as well. Our Instagram handle is deco_tuning, and it's deco like the art, so DECO.
I heard you talking earlier about this car ran up the mountain at Pikes Peak a few weeks back at the hill climb. How'd the car do?
So actually this car ran last year, the 101st running. It wasn't me as the driver, I was just on crew. That's kind of where the build on this went. It was just going to be a, you know, just a little fun track toy, and then we decided to send it up the mountain.
Awesome. Yeah, that's an amazing event, and it's an amazing thing to do. It's quite an experience. I was up there with the Project Import team a couple years ago, their S2000, and just up as a spectator and a fan with my wife a couple other times. Fun event, beautiful event. What type of power does this car have right here? Is it high-powered, mid-powered, low-power car?
It's high-powered for its class of a car, I should say. Sitting at 265 down to the wheels. It's about as powerful you'll get on a stock supercharger.
Obviously, weight, though, is a little bit more in your favor. What type of weight do you know that this car is at? Do you have any idea?
Well, with the restrictions or the added cage work that we had on it, we're sitting at 25 wet.
Okay. Not as light maybe as I thought it would be, but, you know, that's definitely, it's not a pig. That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, but you're definitely up against people here that are talking about that they're in a low power setting and they're at like 650 horsepower to the wheels. You know what I mean? So, you know, that is time attack. That is global time attack for sure, which kind of leads me back to what you brought up coming from drag racing discipline where, you know, you can come with all kinds of power, but you've got to have the right tire depending upon what classes that you're in. It's going to limit you. We've set our rules up very similar. I don't know if you realize that when you looked at them. See the smile, you know, I come from drag racing, but yeah, we kind of took that. What can you tell me about drag racing and then moving into also doing time attack?
I mean, just a totally different feel. G-forces are coming straight for you in drag racing, and this is all over the place. You're hitting bumps, you're hitting, you know, apexes, and it's just really, really fast all the time.
Right.
It's fun.
And, you know, with these short sessions that we have when we run a shorter course like this, they're only 10 minutes. So you're out there with a few other cars, but it doesn't give you much time really to, you know, you get what, maybe 2 hot laps if you're lucky. Most cars are only going to run good at 1 hot lap anyway. So it's really a put up or shut up type situation. Again, kind of similar to drag racing, not so much that punch, but it's another thing that's always attracted me to make that transition into this sport as well. I came from doing drag racing in the 90s and early 2000s, and I got hooked on time attack and been doing it ever since.
Sure, I'm understanding that.
I was making more of a statement, just kind of agreeing with you. But, all right, awesome. Again, where can we find you guys on Instagram?
It's going to be deco_tanning.
Awesome. Brody Matthews, watch him the rest of today. We've got 2 more sessions after the lunch break, and then tomorrow we're running all day, and we've also got the night session at night, which hopefully he'll make it into. It's a new format. We're excited about that. We're going to be in front of a ton of fans, and it's going to be lit with lights. It's going to be a really cool thing. We'll be back here a little bit later to interview, or we'll get you tomorrow. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Take care.
Thanks, guys. Sorry, I was getting tripped up. I was like...
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Jason, and all the competitors down there in the pits. That's the end of our first 2 sessions before lunch here at PPIR and GTA's Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival. We will be back at 1 p.m. for more time attack action. If you guys are here, we'll be doing drift, drags, and burnouts from 11 to 12:30. 12:30 to 1, the track will be cold for a sweep and lunch, and we'll be back here at 1 p.m. for the time attack. Be sure to catch us again, and we'll go over all the standings, where we are, and hopefully we get a lot more fast lap times here coming in the afternoon.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術、すべてのレイズホイール一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンドザレボリューション。ザ・コンセプトイズレーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
on the 5 stick, you can get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 stick, you can get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine.
And here we are back at Global Time Attack Pike Peak International Raceway Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival. We are here after lunch. We're ready for Time Attack Group 1 to go back out. It does look like we have a Ben Dankers and a Dominic Tapia ready to go out on track. Ben Dankers ran into some issues during practice where they actually had to replace a clutch on this vehicle. Ben had to drive 2.5 hours to bring one back, and his team rushed and got that thing back together to be able to compete today. Dominic, I have not seen on track since practice. I don't know if they had any issues, but whatever they have resolved, it is ready to go back out. I have no word on Ferris Khartoumi's car. We did see a big smoke pillow out of the passenger bank on that car. Hopefully whatever it is can be sorted. Cable in his twin-turbo Viper has been running well all weekend. Now he just has to buckle down and get some time out of that. For those of you wondering where we are, where the standings are, what your drivers have done, never hesitate to go to racehero.io or the Race Hero app on your Android or Apple device. This will not only tell you the laps they've run, it'll also tell you where they're gridded and when they will be running the next time. We're going to go ahead and run you through the schedule for the rest of today. This is going to be the third and fourth set of Time Attack groups. We're going to go from 1 p.m. to 3:55 here at the Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival. We will also be doing drift, drag, and burnouts from 4:15 to 10. Coming back in tomorrow at 8 a.m. again. We'll go from 8 to 10:55. 10:55 for the Time Attack. We'll take lunch at 11. And then we will do our first set of Time Attack Awards at 11:30. For those of you wondering why I said first set, it's because from 6:30 p.m. to 8, we will have a late night Time Attack battle. We'll get more into that tomorrow so you guys understand, but there are payouts for both the Time Attack up until 11 a.m. tomorrow, and then another set of payouts for the late night track battle. For those of you curious about these payouts, current track record held by Ferris Khartoumi is a 53.067. That, if you come here and you beat that, 097, you get a $10,000 payout right off the bat. If you win the late night battle, you get another $10,000 payout right off the bat. And if you win unlimited class, there's a $5,000 payout right off the bat. So let's say Cable Rosenberg comes out, resets the overall track record, wins unlimited class, and then wins the night battle. He's leaving here with $25,000. Every class does have a payout. First through third, unlimited starting at $5,000, limited starting at $4,000, street at $3,000, enthusiast at $15,000, GTX at $15,000, and max effort at $15,000. So these drivers are excited to go out here and they are pushing for purpose. Obviously, every Time Attack driver does this out of passion, so they want to go fast no matter what. But knowing that there's money on the table is definitely a great motivating factor. We got Cable going out. Weather has still been great. It is 77 degrees now. It was 68 to 69 the whole first set of run groups, but we are overcast, so it's nice. No sun on the track right now. During lunch and during the end of the sessions earlier, the sun was shining bright, so hopefully some of that heat is still in the track, so these drivers have plenty of traction to go ahead and set their fast laps. This is Cable's twin-turbo Viper, not to be confused with his 9-liter Viper. You can tell the difference because the back end of the twin-turbo car is black. He likes to keep the liveries very similar, but at the same time very different. Anyone who's ever heard either of his cars know it's probably one of the best sounding cars on track no matter where he's at, whether it's the twin turbo car or the 9-liter car. Starting his first flying lap. He has been warming up on his first flyer, getting some confidence in the tires, making sure it's good. Right behind him, starting his first flying lap in his Evo. Ben did podium here last year. I believe he took first place in limited, so he did leave here with a check last year. I know he wants to do that again. Also is Dominic Tapia. Anyone watching Cable's car knows this thing looks really compliant. It's not very bouncy. It is giving plenty of travel where he needs it. That looks like a good amount of understeer right there. He probably still needs to get some more heat in those tires. But his confidence in the car is growing. He has not taken this car to a competition yet, just a few test days, and he chose Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival as the very first event to unleash the 1,200 plus horsepower twin turbo monster. Him with a 102, 106 on his first lap. He's already ran in the 57, so he is working his way up. Ben Dankers with a 1 minute flat on his first lap in competition. Dominic Tapia about to go across start finish, and he just laid down a 59.237, coming out hot. For those of you wondering, this is the same car that was driven many years by Derek Boyd up Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Derek has also competed in many GTA events in this car, be it at COTA, at Road Atlanta, etc. This Dominic Tapia is very excited. He spent the last 10 years being part of the campaign with Derek Boyd, and he's very excited for the opportunity to campaign this car in the 2024 season. He's been racing in one form or another, from drag, autocross, road racing, time attack for the last 20 years. If you wonder if he's driven this track as a Colorado native, as a native to the area, this is his home track. He has never competed in a GTA before, and he says the thing that motivates him the most is pushing himself to become better in all aspects of life. So you can take that motivation to racing, to your family, to work, and it's great to see these guys out here really doing so. Speaking of pushing himself to be better, he just laid down his second lap at a 57.705. Ben Dankers with a 58.541 right behind him. Ben is an aggressive driver. He likes to find every bit of time he can. You'll see him using as much of those curbs as possible to hook the car around and be able to set himself up for down the front straight. Looks like Cable's down to a 59.072. And Ben's down to a 58.439. Ben being the limited class competitor in this run group, Dominic and TJ will be competing for position here. So when you're looking at these times, you can look at both the color of the car. On Race Hero, it will also show you the class they're in, but Unlimited will always have the black marker, Limited will always have the blue. Ben is a very good friend with Tim Shepner, who's driving that beautiful gray Evo Unlimited class. They've been competing against each other for quite some time, but more than that, they've been helping each other with their programs for quite some time. Like a lot of forms of racing where competitors are hiding their setups, time attack is very different. These competitors really help each other try to find their fastest lap times. Everyone wants to beat the best version of the other driver. Cable just did a 58.915. You can really see these drivers in the higher horsepower cars. They're cutting down to the bottom of the track as soon as they're up to speed on the oval. They really want to use every bit of advantage. Cutting down to the bottom shortens that path just a little bit. It's the same kind of thing you'll see when drivers are qualifying for oval racing, be it in NASCAR or Indy, where they want to get max mile an hour or max time at the last lap. They will cut to the bottom to try and shorten it as much as possible. It doesn't help you set up the next lap, but if you feel that was your lap, you're going to take every advantage to gain a tenth if you can. Ben's car transitioning very well onto the bank. Not bouncy, not bumpy. This setup is much different than it was last year. Big aero car this year with it being a GTA season and GTA rules. He has the opportunity to run his actual time attack setup as opposed to what he ran last year for the Ascend rule set. Looks like Dominic just did a cool down lap and he's cooling it down more. He's not setting any speed records going down the front straight right now. He may just want to come in and have his team look at it, or he may just want to do 2 cool down laps, let the tires come back to him. Being 10-minute sessions, these times go by very quickly. And whatever tape Ben's team used, they need a little bit stronger. It's dangling there at the bottom. Ben's car is a complete flat bottom car. We're talking coverage from splitter all the way to diffuser. Obviously, you try to use anything like gaffer's tape or Gorilla tape to try and tape up any seams if there are. So that's probably what we see floating underneath the car right now. Looks like cables coming into the hot pits. These cars look incredibly aggressive. Even in factory ACR style aero, they look great. And here we are. This is going to be Dominic Tapia starting another flyer. He did do 2 cool down laps back to back. So let's see if he's able to surpass his 57.705 on this lap. Dominic's car is an unlimited class car. It does have big rear wing from everyone we've talked about, especially when Derek Boyd ran this car, because we have a lot of history talking to him. He's always felt the balance of this car is incredible. You could see that he's running a splitter that's actually smaller than Ben's. In unlimited class, he has a lot more aero he can work with, but this team running up Pikes Peak and being so multifaceted with this vehicle, they have found the ability to gain as much as they can with chassis setup over aero setup and using the aero as an addition. Obviously, if Dom and his team decided that they wanted to be a full-time time attack team, they would absolutely throw some more aero at it, but you need to be able to go up the mountain. You need to be able to do everything the car is set up to do. It does look like Ben Dankers has also come in from his flyers. It's good that him and his team were able to set down some laps. It looks like Dominic burned a couple corners there and slowed it down at a 103.666. He was sending it pretty hard until he got to the infield, so if he blew a corner, there's no reason to put any more wear and tear or stress into those tires to try and finish a lap that's suboptimal. It does look like we caught Ferris Khartoumi out and about. His team may have been able to fix this vehicle. I don't know if he'll be able to get a warm-up lap in time to start a flyer, but this is great news for him in the competition right here. If he can't set a lap now, he'll be able to set one in the next one. It does look like he's going to try and get around the track fast enough to start a flying lap. For those of you wondering, this is not the same car that he ran at World Time Attack Challenge or around Japan. That car is still in Japan right now. While he was doing that, he was also in the process of building and setting up another Corvette. He was just taking everything he learned on the first chassis to make the second chassis more efficient. So this is not the car with all the miles under it. This is not the car that set the record here. This is not the car that's won Super Lap Battle, but this is still the same driver and all the knowledge he learned campaigning that car. His history is a crazy one, my friends. He absolutely went from being a time trial driver and somebody who had spent time setting up a naturally aspirated car. He came to Super Lap Battle in Texas, ran limited, won. The prize for winning was actually a Garrett Turbo. He called Garrett up, said, how about a second one? And his story started from there. Ferris has gone from making sure that his car is reliable and fun, naturally aspirated, to building one of the most insane time attack Corvettes that we've had the pleasure of not only seeing in our competition, but seeing set records, not just here, but across the pond too. He just wanted to do one quick lap around, make sure the car is steady and stable, make sure there's no issues. So whatever did happen with his car during that last session he was in with the smoke has seemed to clear, which is really good for him. He definitely wants to reset his own record, but also wants to put a stamp on this new car. Seeing as he couldn't bring it to COTA, he got it finished during the event, so he brought it down, showed it off to the world, and it is a gorgeous car. But he had slept all of 2 hours in 72-hour spans, so he wasn't going to endanger himself or the vehicle by trying to do laps on the last day at Circuit of the Americas. So while we're waiting for the next run group to get ready, I know some of you are wondering about the colors, the black Tapia, the blue Dankers. Let's throw up how Global Time Attack classes their vehicles. Enthusiast class is as close as you're going to get to a street car or an HPDE vehicle. The driver's got to be the owner. GTA has no rules on power. You can do whatever you want to the engine, but you got to keep a factory transmission, and you got to put all that power down with not only minimal aero mods, but on a 220 treadwear tire at a maximum width, depending on whether you're front wheel drive, rear wheel drive, or all wheel drive. Making 1,000 horsepower and trying to put down that power on a 255 tire is difficult, so this really comes down to driver setup and overall them being able to get the most out of their car. Street is the first true time attack class. Though it's called street class, these are not street cars. Pro drivers are not allowed, but the driver does not have to be the owner. Same thing, unlimited engine mods, but you can only run a dog box in this class. No sequentials unless they're factory. Moderate aero being a 5-inch splitter, wing can be 5 inches, past the rear bumper. Swaps are limited to available from the same manufacturer, like the MR2. It has a V6 Toyota swap. And the tires are open and can be 180 treadwear. Width is a little bit more for front and rear, but not by much. Limited class is where you really start to get into the heavy modified vehicles. This is where pro drivers are allowed. Sequential transmissions are allowed, but they cannot be paddle shifted unless factory. Aero, it says extensive, but for you to understand how extensive it is, there's a 14-inch aero box on the front splitter. Engine swaps are open. This is where you'll see, you can say you want to LS your 240. This is where it is. Same thing, tire brand is open, has to be 60 treadwear or higher, and there is no limitation on size. Unlimited, where Ferris, where Dominic, and where we see Cable running, this is where everything is open to the world. Pro drivers, unlimited engine mods, sequentials with paddle shift are allowed. Aero mods are open, engine swaps are open. The tire brand is whatever you want, any DOT or racing slick. This is exactly what it's called. This is the unlimited class. This is where you'll find big nitrous cars with boost, people running big turbos with nitrous assist. This is where you're going to see the big aero modifications like the Life Motorsport GTR, like Ferris's old setup. His new setup's obviously a lot cleaner, and he's working through that. Even Dominic's car, crazy aero for Pikes Peak on that car. This is where you'll see chassis cut up and things done that way. Now, note, this is the end of the traditional time attack classes, all VIN-based vehicles. Moving past that, we're going to go ahead and get into the next run group. Now, they are starting to line up. It does look like we are sending Isaac Torres out on track as we speak, being followed by Joaquim Sandgaard. Isaac, who laid down some good laps at Superlab Battle Coda but blew up his transmission, was not able to get a built variant in time. So he's on another factory transmission. Obviously, he's not going to baby it per se, but he definitely wants this bad boy to last until his built transmission shows up. He was and is currently leading street class, so he's not going to rest on his laurels. He wants to make sure he takes that #1 spot home. As far as Joaquim and his McLaren, his Subaru was not able to make the event. He did spin a rod bearing, basically in testing, as in his exact words, not mine. Please don't cancel me for this. He did say Subarus are going to Subaru, and in testing, the car absolutely did let go on him, but luckily he was able to bring out his McLaren 720. He's actually currently sitting second in limited class right now. That's probably going to drop to third, if I'm not mistaken, with Ben laying down a lap, but we'll see how that progresses as the event goes on. Dominic, nice and calm out here, just scrubbing the tires, keeping them clean. He should be slingshotting himself onto the front straight now and giving it full power. Notice how he went all the way to the outside right there. He just wanted to give himself as much of a run as possible onto this front straight. the history on this car is this car has been Time Attack since it was purchased. Art of Attack used to actually campaign this car. He bought this car directly from Type R Jose, which is one of the coolest things to know. Taking a Time Attack car from the West Coast to Texas and continuing to Time Attack in it, that's such an awesome heritage right there. Him and his father compete. His father does drive a Porsche. It's just Isaac competing today, though. But we have another father-son combo out here. We have a husband-wife combo. Time Attack has just done everything it can to keep this niche sport strong, keep its competitors running everywhere that they possibly can, and also just making sure that we can bring families and friends out here to enjoy doing what we do on a regular basis. It does look like he is a lot calmer than he was last session. He was smoking the heck out of the tires in the infield, and he was just kind of all over the place. I'm sure he sat down, looked at some data, and went, I just got to be a little bit smarter on when I give the car power. There's no gain in smoking the rear tires on the infield. He just did a 102.570 right there. Nice little warm-up preamble. He's done a 59 already, and I'm sure he'd love to crack into the 58s. Joaquin with a 101.397. Joaquin with absolutely no problem sending it through the infield. Joaquin with a 1:7.99. For those of you that saw him going through the infield there, it's really nice to see someone take a performance car like a McLaren and actually drive it in anger how it was designed to be driven. Obviously, people do that a lot. We don't have a chance to see it very often in Time Attack competitions. It's not the car that he wanted to bring, but having him out here pushing the limits of it is absolutely a pleasure to watch. Isaac getting much closer to his 59. He did a 1:7.99. Let's see if this is a flying lap that he's finishing or if he was just doing a cool down onto a flying lap. There's another 1:827. We'll have to get with him later, see if this weather has kind of made it hard for him to get back in that sub 1 minute area. He was really flying in the morning. He took big advantage of the cool weather, and he was just able to gain grip out of the car when others weren't. Many people were complaining about understeer. They were complaining about other issues that they had with the track being cold, where Isaac was just able to go out there, warm up the tires where he was comfortable, and send it in every way possible. Looks like he's getting a little spicy with that gas pedal again. Tires are probably starting to fall away from him, and he's just trying to put the power down where he can. Almost an identical lap time to his last lap, though. While we were watching Isaac finish another lap, we got Joaquim getting into a 59.871 back in the sub-minute area. Once again, Isaac with a 1 minute point 8. He's incredibly consistent on this. Obviously, consistency is great as a driver. It really helps you find the little areas where you're able to improve, but no driver wants to sit at the same lap time when they're in a time attack competition. For a factory car, those McLaren 720Ss look incredibly stable on track. Obviously, with the racing pedigree that McLaren has, that's going to be what you expect, but it's great to see it out here, and Joaquim trying to get every bit of it out of it. He's really solved that understeer problem he had earlier in the day, and it may have just been because of the track temps and the tires he's running, pressure setups, etc. He may have just had a lot of understeer due to that, but his turn-in is looking great. The rear end of the car is looking a lot more free now. If he can get comfortable with it doing that, he'll be able to lay down some nice fast laps. Coming to an end here on the second group of Session 3. Once again, we're going to have Session 3 and Session 4 before the end of the day, and then 5 and 6 tomorrow morning. 3 and 4 before the end of the day, and 5 and 6 tomorrow morning. So make sure you follow your favorite drivers at racehero.io. Looks like Jason's caught up with one of our drivers fresh off track. What do you got down there, Jason?
Welcome back, Time Attack fans. We're here out in front of Dominic Tapia's garage. We're stoked to see him out on course. We just had our lunch break. We didn't see him yet today. Can you explain maybe to the fans why we missed you this morning?
This morning I went out first thing at 8, and I was having an issue with the car misfiring. I got it back in the garage and started tearing it apart and looking into it. We found a broken ground wire on one of our coil packs. So I missed the first 2 sessions this morning, but we ran over to the shop, got the stuff we needed, came back, got it fixed, and got back out there.
Sounds like some typical Time Attack things to overcome at a race weekend, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. It's always something, but the good thing is we can always overcome it, get back out on track, and turn some laps.
Yes, the sport is a lot about perseverance. Now, you guys just are fresh off the hill climb, Pikes Peak hill climb. How'd that go for you guys?
It went really well. It was my rookie year competing in this car. It's 10 years with this car total with Derek Boyd. He's the owner and driver of it. He put me in the seat this year for my rookie year, and we had a good showing. I ran out of brakes 2 miles from the summit, but I still finished with a 10-minute, 20-second lap for the hill climb, so I was pretty happy with how the event went.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations. That's quite an accomplishment. And this track here, have you ran this circuit many times before?
Yes, this is actually my local track, so I've spent half my summers here, whether it's helping out with the motorsports events and the staff and the autocross stuff, and I've turned many laps here with the infield and the road course, so very comfortable.
Awesome. That's good. So you didn't really need too much of those early morning sessions probably in order to lay it down. You're pretty familiar. you know, a lot of fans of the car, a lot of fans of Evos in general, and you know we don't see enough of them. I say that a lot because we actually have a few of them here today, which is kind of rare, right? What can you tell us about this car, you know, that the fans might find really interesting?
I think the biggest thing, I mean, it kind of goes against this event today, but Evo 10s. Evo 10s aren't really a common race car that's used. It's usually the 8s or 9s that are most popular. I say it's kind of goes against what I say today because we actually have, I think, 4 of them here today, 4 Evo 10s. So we're kind of outnumbering the Evo 8s and 9s. So that's kind of a rarity to see one of these cars that's heavier, a little less ideal. But we're making it work and just proving that they can still be just as fast.
Right on. Where can fans at home follow the Evo, follow you?
My personal page, Instagram, is Dom Tapia, T-A-P-I-A, 86. That's Instagram. Kind of any of the hashtags from Helona Farms is kind of been our previous sponsor. They're currently the car owner. Even hashtags with Bob Pincus, they're my current sponsor. But I think my page probably has the most content that you can look at and follow.
Awesome. Be sure to follow them and check it out. Support these drivers that support the scene and are out here going fast. We appreciate it. Good luck this weekend. We'll be back tomorrow.
Appreciate
you. All right.
That was Jason talking with Dominic Tapia there. That is that beautiful Evo 10 right behind him. Now, Dominic, being the new person to campaign this car in 2024 forward, it's great to see him out here getting time in this car. As you saw with that race suit, he had a nice little Pikes Peak badge on it. You get those once you have a confirmed competitor. Everyone who drives Pikes Peak has to have it on their racing suit. So it's good to see him out here after Pikes Peak ready to blast the car some more.
Good Time Attack fan.
Coming out in TA3, it looks like Rigo Grajeda is going to go ahead and lead this group out in his Supra. Michael Sims in his GT3 RS has removed his rear bumper. I'm not sure if maybe it caught on something, started dragging. Obviously, you break tabs off on the side, all it's going to do is create a big air dam, and then, you know, God forbid, doing high speeds down the straight, it just pulls the bumper off. It's just easier to pull it off in the beginning. Then you got Chris Matthews in his Subaru STI, followed by Michael Pastore in his Audi S3. Such a great shot of the Pikes Peak International Raceway Complex. 1.3 mile road course, nice infield for multiple uses, to be honest with you. A lot of different orientations, but best use that we're using the infield for both the Roval and our drifting. Little kart track there to the right between the hot pits and that final S turn there on the infield. We do have cars going out on track now, being lit out by Rigo Grajeda. His fastest time so far is a 1 minute .013. I'm sure he'd love to see the sub 1 minute cracked in this session. The weather has stayed pretty stagnant. It's 77 degrees right now, but it is overcast. The last run group had some sun on them, as you can see in the background. The sun is shining bright on parts of that area, but we do have a nice cloud cover here, keeping, you know, the track at a nice solid temperature, but also making sure that there's not a lot of sun ambient heat for these engines, so they can try and make as much power as the car would allow them here at this elevation. And the track is green. Rigo going full throttle here down the front straight. You can really tell how comfortable someone is in their car by how close they are to that wall. Higher to the wall, more speed you can carry into the first turn as you open the corner up. Obviously, there's pros and cons. Some drivers are going to take the little bit lower line where they can stay and throttle a little bit more, maybe carry a little less speed, but carry more speed down the back straight. Nice heavy braking into the infield here. Car's not too bouncy. This track surface has been treating our drivers very well. Even on some of the nicest tracks out there, these tracks that people would kill to drive. Let's talk about COTA. That's, you know, an FIA grade 1 track. There's just some areas where it's so hard to be heavy on brakes because it's bouncy. Here we just have a little bit of bounce on the infield, but most of the bouncing is caused by the drivers going over these curves to try and shortcut the lap as much as they legally can. Looks like Regal set a 1 minute .585, followed by Chris Matthews at a 102.138. You see a 39-second lap on there. That was just a timing and scoring loop. He was actually on a warm-up there, so his next lap will be his most legit lap. Running a 1.3-mile course in 39 seconds, that would be incredible. Michael Pastore with a 102.828. So currently leading this run group is Rigo Grajeda with a 1 minute .585. It's about 4/10 off his fastest lap, and we know he really wants to get into that sub 1 minute time frame. Chris Matthews on the infield trying to skirt that corner as well as he can. Anyone who's driven a all-wheel drive vehicle knows where you put the power down in the corner is very important. You can have a car that rotates great, or you can have a car that pushes. Car looking nice. He's getting real close up to that wall. If he can hold that line, that would be great all the way into turn 1, and then he takes it down to the bottom of the track. That was a great, from the tower I could hear him not really lifting, so he's gaining a lot of confidence in his car. Chris Matthews with a 101.674, Michael Pastore with a 102.828, and Michael Sims with a 113.284. Michael Pastore with a 102.528, picked up a little bit of time. Looks like Rigo pulled back on that lap to get out of the way, make sure the next driver can get around him cleanly into that corner. Obviously, there's a lot of room on the bank, but the drivers need to know that where they're turning down to keep their speed is going to be open. He did a great job of telegraphing for the driver behind him to know, hey, I'm coming down right here, so you have all the room in the world. Chris Matthews laid down a 102 on his last lap, and Michael Pastore also with a 102, a 102.7. Nice little mix of street and limited class competition in here. Street being that greenish color and limited class being blue for those of you looking at timing and scoring on the screen. There we go. Michael Sims with a 101.213. I'm going to try and find out for you guys why the rear bumper's off that car. Maybe see if it's causing him any small issues with the aerodynamics. The car is all factory based, but everything about Porsche GT3s is designed around how the car is set up out of the box. Removing a body panel may very easily give him a little bit of looseness in the rear. This is an Audi S3. It's nice to see a more comfort-based street car out here being pushed to the limits. As you can see, it's got TT2 numbers on it, so this car is driven in NASA or SCCA as a time trial car, so it obviously has miles underneath him and the driver on this platform. Michael Sims finishing another hot lap here. He was a 102.115. While these drivers are cooling down and possibly going for another one before the session ends, let's shoot down to JD, see what he's got down there.
Time Attack fans, my name's Jason. I'm here at PPIR for Ascend. Sitting here with Ben Dinkers right now with the Evo behind us. We missed him this morning. I wanted to get an update, what was going on. I kind of get a little bit of the backstory, but I'd like for him to tell the fans at home all the stuff that he's been through over the past, 12 hours or so?
Yeah, absolutely. So at the end of practice yesterday, we noticed the clutch started slipping. And so in order to do a clutch on an Evo, it's not exactly a 5-minute job, let alone this is a very specific clutch. So once we realized, okay, the clutch, UMS did some troubleshooting, we figured out, okay, the clutch is most likely the problem. Started looking for one, right? So first thing I did was talk to everyone here. Everyone's super helpful. Time Attack, it's family, right? And usually you start pulling on the thread, right? And so one person leads to another. Eventually, I found someone up northern in Commerce, which is, I guess, just north of Denver, about an hour and a half drive, late last night. My buddy Steve from UMS, he started pulling the car apart, getting it ready. I drove up there, drove back. 11 o'clock, we start. I'll use it in air quotes. Steve started to put the clutch back in and put the car together.
So 11 p.m. last night is when the work was able to start.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, the car was half apart by then, I would say. But, I mean, the clutch and then putting everything back together, we finished like literally maybe 20 minutes before the session started. So, yeah, so like literally this morning.
Guys, so that was, he means like 7:30, 7:40 a.m. this morning.
No. I mean 12:40 p.m.
Oh,
so
wow. Okay.
It's a
so
mission.
all through the morning.
All through the morning, missed the first morning session, and so literally like 30 minutes before, we got it back together and good to go.
Yeah, so, we looked up, we saw you out on track, and we're like, okay, success. Something came out right. You must have found the parts, you had time to get them in. So how'd it run out there?
Ran great. It's a great build. UMS does amazing quality work. Fully supported by Tony and the crew. And I have a great team. My cousin's here supporting from Maine. So, and then also Steve, like I said, there aren't very many people you can count on that's going to put a clutch in, starting at 11 o'clock at night. So.
Yeah, the Steve guy sounds like a VIP for sure. That sounds pretty important.
Yeah, absolutely. And it would be impossible without him. So super grateful to him and whole UMS team for helping support the build, and great to be here. Excited.
Definitely a team sport, right? Time Attack's a team sport.
100%. Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where I can, unless I'm bringing in a semi, and even then I'm sure I won't have everything that I possibly need. And what I found is it's not necessarily that you have it; it's who you know or who can help you locate it. And since it's such a tight knit family. Usually it's pretty easy,
Yeah, no, you're right. It is a tight-knit family, and it's a great story. There's many stories like this throughout the years of us running these Time Attack competitions, and it's always cool to see someone break through and be able to get back out on track. And now you've got the opportunity for the rest of today, all day tomorrow, possibly the night battle to really do some cool shit.
Yeah, I'm excited. Let's get it.
Awesome. Let's do it. All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
There's a great story there from our friend Ben and JD. If you've never been in an event where a failure has happened that can be repaired and they can go back on track, it's absolutely something that can be heart-wrenching or something that can be a great story to tell others. We've seen competitors not able to fix small things, so for Ben to have someone and a team here to help him, even that wasn't what made this. It was the fact that he found a clutch an hour and a half away, and he had a group of people willing to stay late into the night and into the early sessions today to be able to lay down a lap time. Now, the fact that he got that done, came out and immediately was able to set the car at speed is great. Obviously, he went out there. He was getting used to it again, making sure he wasn't feeling anything, but it's great to see Ben out here laying laps. Once again, Ben was here last year with this car. I believe in the second day he had a small issue that basically cost the rest of the event, but it didn't stop him from taking his first place in limited class. I know he's really excited to put a stamp on that and not just defend his crown, but go faster than he did last year. More than anything, this just shows you that this sport is all about just anyone and everyone trying everything they can to get you back on track. There's stories all across the states of time attack competitors having issues and people in the paddock coming together and making sure that no matter what happens, that person can get back out on track. And honestly, you hear me talking a lot about how this is a family sport. We're not just talking about blood. We're talking about the people who give you their blood, sweat, and tears outside of their own family. That was the end of Group 3, their third session of the day. The one thing that we did miss at the very end is Michael Pastore laying down his fastest lap on his 5th lap at a 1:02.354. So great job on him. While we wait for the next run group to come out and get staged and ready to send out, it looks like we found Ferris Khartoumi himself. Let's see what's going on with him and his team right now.
Race fans, I'm excited to be standing here next to Mr. Ferris Khartoumi, current record holder at this track, fastest man ever at the PPIR road circuit. Pretty awesome feat. Won the event last year. You're back this year for more, right?
No, so last year I wasn't able to compete. My car was in Australia.
It was the year before.
Yeah, well, so like my last time here I think was 2022, before they had this event, and someone had leaked to me that they were going to do it, and so I was like, okay, well, if there's a cash prize to beat my record, then I don't want to go out and beat my record today. I ended up beating it anyway by like a 10th, and I was like, just trying to baby the car.
Right on, right on. So I believe you're P1 right now overall. Yeah. All right. You got more time left in it?
I think so, but like honestly, I don't like. It's been 2 years since I ran this track, and I don't recall the infield being as slick as it is now. And so in the past 2 years, they've been doing a lot of drifting here, and with all that track rubber, I don't know if the surface is able to really like hold the cornering G's that I need. Like an all-wheel drive car, if this was all-wheel drive, I'd say yes. But I don't know. I have a time that shows it's possible, but we're always chasing that time,
Right on, right on, right on. Luckily, we've got another 2 sessions today. Hopefully the track works out right for you then. We got all day tomorrow. We'll see how you fare out. With the track conditions tomorrow. Weather's supposed to be a little bit warmer tomorrow. I'm not sure how that's going to play into it. What do you think?
If we can get it done early, but they're doing drifting again tonight. So, we have some night sessions as well. So I don't know if or is it tomorrow? Oh, okay. So I don't know if like during that time it might be optimal. But at the end of the day, I think like the track's the same for everybody. So, if someone can do it, awesome. If we can't do it, oh well.
Yeah. It's a great prize. I really appreciate PPIR for, putting up the funds for such a huge time attack purse. I believe it's the largest time attack purse in North America, if not probably the world. You could tell me you're pretty worldly when it comes to time attack. Not many people put up prize money for time attacks. Us with Global Time Attack, you've ran with us for many, many years. We've been doing it since 2011. We used to do small prize money, like $500 for first place back then. And now, after a while, we couldn't even afford it, and we stopped doing it. So huge ups to, you and I have talked about that personally, that we think it's really special for the scene, and it helps put a mark and a stamp on this sport and taking it to the next level. And I appreciate you coming out. You have an amazing build, one of the fastest cars in the world. So to come out and support this event, that's huge. What do you think about this event now with your car?
Oh, well, like the event itself is huge, right? Like for anyone to give out prize money for something that we love to do, no matter what it is, that's just awesome. So to be able to support the event itself, I think is the biggest thing behind this. Like I hope this can grow into being like one of the biggest events annually, because it really deserves it. And for PPIR to do this and like support us, I think is amazing. And not too many people are doing that. And when we had like Speed Ring years ago, I don't even think that was as big as what they're offering now.
It wasn't, not a lot of people know, but we actually produced that event for them, Global Time Attack. That was a GTA competition just under the Speed Ring name. They hired us to actually do that. And this is bigger prize money. Yeah. It definitely is.
Yeah. So it'd be cool to see this grow into being one of the biggest events of the year for sure. Yeah.
It's a huge reason why when we had the opportunity, that we definitely wanted to get involved with it and help be a part of that mission here. So with that being said, always love seeing you, love seeing the car. Good luck the rest of the day and good luck tomorrow. Thank you.
Have to agree wholeheartedly with Ferris there. Nothing but love and respect to PPIR for putting up this prize pool and understanding that they don't want to just have an event here. They want to build something out of this. And hopefully we get, over the years coming, more and more in-depth time attack competition that sees that These guys are here to help support you guys and help support the sport as a whole. Ferris has been across the world now, able to lay down laps at Sydney, in Japan, all across the United States with Global Time Attack and with Grid Life. He's been doing everything in his power to get as much seat time and as much competition in. I mean, realistically, he's doing everything in his power to win every event he shows up to, and that's the best goal you could possibly have, in our opinion. Currently on track is Mr. Craig Lumpson in his car 610 Colorado Motorsport Lancer Rally Art. A 1:10.962, a little bit slower than his fastest lap time so far. If it has anything to do like it has the last sessions, he's been really ramping his way up into the times. Now, obviously, these guys, him and his father, are known to go to Pikes Peak. They're about consistency drives, so them being able to go out there and feel comfortable in the car is super important. Looks like we have another car going out on track, that Audi TT RS. That's being driven by Josh Tanguy. Fastest lap so far, a 104.751. This is another car that's very popular in the have fun on the street concept of driving. You don't see a lot of Audi TTs out on track, but as the years have gone by, we're seeing more and more of the newer ones. The platform is pretty formidable for making power. That's one thing that people have been learning over time. Obviously, like anything, you just takes time to develop the motor and all the aftermarket support and parts, but realistically, this platform has over time gotten better and better, and we hope to see more of these out here. Let's see what kind of lap time Josh can lay down. Currently, fastest lap for him is a 104. Craig taking 2 seconds off his lap time with a 108.017. Really pushing it on the infield there. That's someone that's super comfortable with their car. comes out with a 106.187 right off the bat. Down to a 106.087. Let's see if he's still on a flyer. This is going to be probably his last flying lap of the session, unless he's able to really lay it down sub 105 based on how much time is left. We also have Craig going across start finish right there to 108.488, about 4/10 off his fastest lap. Zach lining up for the next run group. It looks like we've split up the Lumpsons. For those of you that are wondering, we do everything based on speed differentials. So we grid them up based on their historic lap times or their lap times in practice. And then after lunch, we re-rack them. And then at the end of the day, we'll re-rack them again for tomorrow. That does look like a cool down lap. So while he's cooling down his car and the next set of run groups is getting ready to go out, let's shoot it down to JD.
I am Jason, and I'm standing here with Chris Matthews, who just got off track right now. How's it feel out there today?
It feels amazing. We had cool temperatures in the morning. We put down some pretty good times. We did have an issue. I had a CV boot tear. We had to go get a new CV axle, got it, put it installed. Then came out. This is my first time out, so CV axle's good. Got a little bit better on my time. I'm hoping tomorrow, when it's morning time, nice and cool, I can really full send it.
Hell yeah, we love full send. You're going to go back out in the last session later on, or you're going to hold it up for tomorrow?
I might throw one more session. We'll see. If it cools down, I definitely want to go. The turbo just loves the cool weather. But if it starts getting warmer, I'll probably hold off and just save it for tomorrow.
Yeah, the wind seems to be cooling the weather down a little bit right now, but I'm not sure. When you check the temp, it says it's supposed to get a little bit warmer later, so I'm not sure.
It's tough. There's moments where it's really warm, and then other times the breeze kicks in. We have some cloud coverage, so I'll take what I can get.
Love it. All right, man. Good luck out there. We'll see you.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Exactly what we're talking about the difference from when the sun is shining on the track and we have cloud cover and breeze. Though the weather isn't changing too much on the weather report, when you're out here, when the sun is out and the air is stagnant, it gets hot. These turbo cars want nice, cold, dense air to make as much combustion as possible. But like he said, he'll take any advantage he can get, just like any other driver out here. Obviously, any car is going to run better in the cold, but these forced induction vehicles, they yearn for it. They scream for it. Colder the weather, denser the air, more boost, more power. Currently on grid right now, we do have Group 5 lined up. It does look like it's being led out by Ray Guerrero. Behind Ray is going to be Elijah Sahlberg in his EcoBoost Mustang, and then Craig Lumpson in his Colorado Motorsport Lancer Rally Art car 610. He's the one with the bright wheels. No, my apologies. That's actually Zach going out. Craig was out in the last session. See, I even know the wheels are different, and I made the mistake. We got Ray leading this run group out. It looks like he still hasn't gained the confidence of himself in this car on this track. There is such little space for improvement. You have to really have the confidence in the car through the banking and then try and min-max everything of the infield. Ray, a great driver. We saw him, how he picked up time at Road Atlanta. He's just going to have to get in the groove with it. Obviously, he's just coming from the mountain, and there's nothing that requires more precision than that. So if anyone can go ahead and pull a few seconds out, it's definitely going to be Ray. Behind Ray, Elijah Sahlberg in his EcoBoost Mustang, and then Zach Lumpson. Taking a nice smooth line into the infield. We've seen quite a few different orientations of people taking their lines into the infield. I've seen the same driver take 3 different lines, get the same lap time, so I think it's just more important about keeping the power down there and being able to go ahead and go on that little straight. You have to maximize every bit of straightaway that you can. Looks like he's using very minimal curbing here. Then a nice smooth transition onto the banking. A 106.657 for Ray's first lap. I believe his fastest before this session was a 107, so it's good to see him starting to get some confidence in the car and really picking up from there. Elijah Sahlberg about to finish his first lap in his EcoBoost Enthusiast Class Mustang with a 107.739. Right behind him is Mr. Zachary Lumpson in the class rally art. There we go, Ray with a 106.448, just a skosh faster in his last lap. He's found a new consistent place to be, which is great. Hopefully he can pick up the little areas where he can improve and go ahead and do so in this session. Obviously, like we talked about, it's only 9 corners. It's all about maximizing everything you can from this infield to how much speed you can carry through the front and back straight. Car's looking nice and tidy there through the U-turn in the infield. A little bit of outside curbing there. Good amount of inside curbing here. Looks like Zach's coming into the pits. And Elijah's starting a new hot lap. He cooled it down on that one, and now he's starting another flyer. Goes nice and low there. Lets the speed carry the car upwards, so he's not using any more steering input than he has to. And then he's going to go ahead and go wide open throttle through the kink, and then boom, straight into the braking zone here. Same thing, staying nice and tidy, picking up the very end of that late apex right there, and then trying to carry as much speed as he can through this straightaway before the U-turn. It's another driver that was complaining of understeer, actually. Hopefully the track temp has helped him out a little bit, and he has a little bit more work in on those tire pressures. A lot of curb on the inside there, a little bit of curb on the outside. Let's see how much curb he uses on the inside here. Ooh, looks like he pushed it pretty hard there. A lot of understeer going into that corner. He just tried to recover it the best he could. Now he's just going to try and carry as much speed as he can down the front straight. Carried it down to a 107.151. Still in the 107s, but a bit faster than his first lap. And Ray down to a 105.3. Took a full second off of his last lap. That's great. Elijah doing a good job of staying on the inside after he exited that corner. Allow Ray the proper racing line to get past him. Ray using a lot more curbing on this lap. Another 105, 105.9. Looks like he's slowing down through that corner a little bit. You know, it does look like Ray is still pushing really hard. His line through one looked a little bit slower, but honestly, it's so hard to tell. These drivers will find these lines that they're very confident in where they can carry more speed. And when you're looking at them on camera, it may look a little slower, but this lap time will tell us everything. Still 106.097, so he's still pushing it. Looks like he's staying nice and low. While Ray's cooling it down, let's go ahead and shoot it down to JD, see who he's got down there with us today.
Talking to them. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. How's everybody doing out there? I am happy. I'm here at PPIR for Ascend with Global Time Attack. It's an awesome day, awesome weekend. Standing here with Mike Pastore. What can you tell us about the car here? It's nice to see this car out here. We don't have another car like this out here.
Yeah, it's not a generic build that most people would pick for a time attack car. Kind of happened to me by accident, to be honest. I bought it to get out of cars, but obviously that didn't work too well. But yeah, the car's great. I mean, it's still stock motor, stock trans, upgraded turbo, pump gas, nothing super crazy. Doing pretty well today. It's a little hot, so the new setup, this is my first time really testing it here. So just running into a little bit of cooling issues, nothing too crazy though.
What's hometown for you?
Highlands Ranch, so about an hour and a half north of here.
So you've probably ran this circuit before?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
All right, cool. What do you think about the Ascend event?
I love the event. I loved it last year. I love it this year. So I think having Global Time Attack come in as well, that was a really good addition. I like it.
Well, we appreciate that, and we're very happy to be here, and we look to make this a home in the future and really help grow this event to be something huge on the calendar for everybody in the Time Attack year. Where can people find you to follow along your build and what you're doing with racing?
So I'm basically all over Instagram. You can just follow me at Boosted Mike. And then I have a couple different business pages. So one of my sponsors, Hardy's Motorworks, you can follow them as well. Or my small business, Elevated Clear Bra. I do paint protection film and vinyl wrap. Awesome. So all of this was done by me, hand cut. Cool. So yeah, that's where you can find me.
Awesome. So the car kind of dual purpose, helps with marketing for the businesses, and you also get to have a great time with it. Go fast, which is always a good time at the racetrack, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Good luck the rest of the weekend, and we'll definitely be sure to come by tomorrow and check in on you and see how you're doing. What's the goal for this weekend time-wise? Since you ran there before, you probably have an idea.
Yeah, so I already beat my old PB from last year by about a half a second, which, I mean, is good, new PB, right? But I would like to dip into the 101s if possible. I think maybe tomorrow morning might be my best shot at that. Now that I've worked out some of the quirks today, so we'll see.
All right, good luck. We'll be watching. And everybody at home, make sure you follow Mike Pastore online. What was the Instagram?
Boosted Mike.
Boosted Mike on Instagram. Boosted Mike. Thank you, Mike. We'll talk to you soon. Have a good one.
That was JD with Michael Pastore there. Always great to see people show up a year after the first event. Michael was here at the inaugural Ascend Festival. He had a killer time speaking to him last year, so it's great to see him back. His whole goal is just to be out here, have a good time, and improve himself as a driver, and it's great to see him continuously do so. As JD said, make sure to follow him, his small business, his partners, anything you can to help these drivers continue to come out and put their heart and soul, time, and hard-earned money into these cars. Currently, we do have Group 6 starting to line up here at the start-finish line and the hot pits ready to be sent out. And grab a quick conversation we had with Jason in car 555, Justin, before he goes out on track.
Hi, everybody. My name's Jason. I'm here with Jay Miller in the pits over here in the garages, actually, at Ascend for PPIR. And how many sessions were you able to go out today? We've had 3 so far. Did you make all of them?
Well, my third session starts here in about 15 minutes.
My bad.
No, you're good. I've been in the first couple of sessions. Keep having some issues with couplers popping off, so we got some changes to make for next year. But otherwise, the car's been running really, really well. So.
Where are you based out of? Are you a local guy, or did you come from out of state?
We're here in Colorado Springs, actually. I own ER Super Engines and a tow company called Six Star Towing. Helps finance all this stuff.
Yes, all these guys need financing in some sort of way, whether it's a business, their own business, wives, family, whatever. It's tough. It's even the same thing for us as an organization. That being said, where can fans at home follow your racing efforts and what you're doing as a driver?
Well, we do have a TikTok, we have a Instagram, we've got Facebook, we've got a Google page, all that stuff. It's all at ER Super Engines. So we even have a drift page because we have drift cars as well.
So you guys are out here doing double duty, which he could probably show here. You guys are you driving the drift car too? You got another driver doing that?
Me. Yeah, we actually have 3 drift cars. This is the only one we could get here today. The other one, one of the other ones has an engine problem, and the second one will actually be here later on today for night drifting.
Awesome. So with the Time Attack car here, since you're local, I'm sure you've driven the course before. What's the goal this weekend?
Well, this is our first time competing, so it's more about just a learning experience, trying to see how fast of a lap I can get. I've been watching all the other drivers as they go around, see where their braking points are, where their acceleration points are, how they're handling corners and things of that nature. It's more of a learning experience for me than anything else. So while I'm competing, doing the best I can.
Right. The goal is really just to kind of get acclimated to the whole situation and how it works, learn how it works, and then start to thrive in it. Yeah, I get it. That makes sense. We really appreciate you coming out. How you feeling about this Ascend event? This is my this is my first time coming here, so this whole thing's new to me. I'm really having a good time.
Okay. We were actually here last year. I didn't compete in the Global Time Attack portion last year. I was just in the car show and just having some fun with one of the other wide body cars we have that we keep out front of the shop. So, I mean, this is our first time really competing this year, pretty much in all aspects, whether it's drifting or Global Time Attack or whatnot. Just trying to have as much fun as possible.
No, that's awesome. You sound like you guys are a busy shop. You got Time Attack cars, you got drift cars, you got car show cars. That's awesome.
Yeah, I use a lot of my own money. And plus, I do a lot of it for, like, my employees because all my employees, especially the technicians, they get in the drift cars, they go to have fun in them, they do all the work on them in their off time and stuff to keep them up and running and keep them, within spec and make sure that we're not hurting the business while everybody still gets to enjoy themselves. So
sounds like a fun place to work. Jay, good luck this weekend. It's nice meeting you. Hopefully we'll see you, do some interviews maybe tomorrow and get another checkup and see how things are going for you at your first competition. Thanks you guys for watching, guys. And remember, where can they find you online at?
ERSuperEngines.com. There's the Instagram, at ER Super Engines, and then there's the Facebook page, so you can look us up on ER Super Engines as well.
Awesome. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you in the garages a little bit later with some more interviews.
That was JD with Justin Miller, ER Subaru Engine. It's Subaru WRX. We did see him here last year in the car show section. It's great to see him coming out to compete. Like he said, he's spending a lot of this time learning the track, learning the braking points. It's super cool. A lot of people get intimidated, and we hear about this a lot. And honestly, the only difference between you and a driver who's out there is they were willing to take the plunge, guys. Even if it's as simple as going out to a local track day and being acclimated with your car in a high speed and high performance environment, every single good track event is going to have someone to help you, be it instructors, be it other drivers. If you want to get out, even if you want to get out in a place that has instructors full time, get with your local NASA chapter, get with your local track day orgs that run consistently. And honestly, the more you're out there, the more comfortable this becomes. That's all it is. And it's great to see him out here. He has been pushing the car more and more every session. He's super excited to be here, and we're super excited to have him out here. He just did finish his first warm-up lap, so let's see what kind of lap time he can lay down. Right behind him is Elena Sandgaard in her Enthusiast Class Focus ST. Looks like he's a lot more comfortable in this car than he was the last couple sessions. He's probably sat down, looked at some information, gone over in his head what the other drivers are doing and where he needs to improve. But he is absolutely picking up time on this lap just by the looks of it. Let's see what kind of lap time he lays down. Oh, 108.467 first lap. He's absolutely getting more comfortable in this car. And anyone will tell you it looks simple, but man, being on the bank, you got to be up close to the wall. You're doing this at wide open throttle in third, fourth, fifth gear on these straightaways. Someone who has no problem with the comfort, though, is Elena. She is up against that wall through the front straight with a 114.086. This is definitely one of the slowest corners on this track. You really got to get the car slowed down from the back straight. You don't want to understeer or push so far that you're 100% in the outside of that area. Obviously, it can look fast, but sometimes going slower on the inside of the corner is more important. Carrying more speed down a back straight, but losing tenths of a second on the entry is not necessarily what you're looking for. These are the things that, with enough seat time in a car and enough time competing, you start to learn where you want to stretch the legs on your car and where you really want to shortcut, quote unquote, the track in every place possible. Let's see how Elena does on this lap. Her second lap was a 126, so it looks like either she chose to slow down a lot or made a small mistake somewhere and then slowed down. Obviously, her husband is no novice to this time attack racing, so there's no doubt he's been pumping her full of knowledge when she should slow off, when she should back off. If she makes a mistake, save it for the next hot lap. It does look like she's really pushing it on this one, carrying a lot of speed, trail braking into this U-turn. And it looks like she has completely pulled back. Looks like we have a car stopped. That is going to be Justin Miller. Just completely stopped on track right now. It does look like he has stopped, and he probably will not be able to move under his own power. If that's true, we will have to get a wrecker out there to move him. Obviously, while we're hot towing a car on track, no one's going to be able to set any fast laps. While we're trying to get this sorted, let's go ahead and shoot down to Jason. He's caught someone after they've gotten off track. Let's see what kind of information we can get here.
Here today with Rigo Graeta. Rigo built car, Supra. We spoke to him a little bit yesterday. Wanted to get an update how day one of the competition is going so far. We've had a few sessions out there. Were you able to make it out in both sessions?
I did. I actually made it out both sessions. Everything's going fine with the car. Just right now, this last session, the coupler blew off of the charge pipe. So that's the only issue we've had to face so far, which is thankfully not such a bad issue. But yeah, we're resolving that right now and go back out there for our last session.
Yes, that's usually a very fixable problem. You're the third person that has had that issue today that we spoke to. I think Chris had that issue, and I think someone else over there was having the same type of problem. Yeah. Why do you think that is? Do you think it has anything to do with the elevation?
Possibly, or it was just like making too much power. I don't know, you know. It has to do something with the elevation, you know, to get technical with it. But, you know, we're just here to fix it and keep going.
And get back out there. So you should be able to get back out in the next available session for you?
Yes, I should be able to. Yeah, hopefully get sub 1 minute.
That's what you're looking for, sub 1 minute. Where are you at currently?
I'm sitting at 1 minute .002. Like, I'm right there.
All right, well, you got to get it today. Let's get it today. All right. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Another beautiful build and another driver who's just extremely excited to try and lay down some fast lap times. We'll try to see what happened here with Justin's car. Hopefully it's not catastrophic. It does look like it's going to be a complete flatbed tow. I'm not sure if they're going to hook them up or if they're going to put them on there. So let's go ahead and look at the results so far for the event. We do have Ernie Ramirez leading enthusiast class with a 103.908, followed by Elijah with a 107.151 and Helene at a 113.095. Street still being led by Mr. Isaac Torres at a 159.5 at a 59.5. Just 51 hundredths behind him is Anthony Pearson. Rico Grajeda is right behind him at a 1.013. First through fourth are basically covered by a second. First through third are covered by a little over half a second. So street class podium is going to be a really tight one. We have another session and all of tomorrow to get through that one. Limited class is being led by Ben Dankers. Not only was he able to get that car fixed, he got it fixed, went out first lap, took first place. Tim Shepner right behind him at a 59.027 and Joaquim at a 59.818. Michael Sims very close on their heels at a 1 minute .389. Unlimited Ferris right there, 54.180. Dominic Tapia was able to do a 57.705, and Cable Rosenberg at a 58.476. Chris Shellhart in that BMW DTM style car was able to finally lay down the lap at a 103.461, with Ray Guerrero right behind him at a 105.309. That is going to push us to the end of Group 6, Session 3. So the next group you're going to see going out is Group 1, Session 4. Currently right now ready to go out is going to be Cable Rosenberg with Ben Dankers right behind him. Behind Ben is Dominic Tapia, and it does look like I see Ferris Khartoumi coming out to the hot pits. For those of you that caught that beautiful view of the sky, that's actually weather reported to be coming towards us. Now, anyone who is from here or been to the Springs will tell you that the weather looks like it's going to hit you, and a lot of times it veers around. So that's obviously the hope of these drivers and competitors and drifters after the Time Attack event. Now, from my history last year, it's absolutely something that happens. We were having a great time, and then all of a sudden it rained cats and dogs, my friends. So we're going to have Group 1 go out. These drivers are going to want to set their hot laps, and hopefully we can beat this weather with this event. Here we have Ferris going out, scrubbing the tires, trying to make sure they're clean. People always ask why drivers do certain things, and you know, you can get a little bit of heat into tires doing this, but the main goal of the scrub is to make sure that there's nothing on the surface, front or rear. You gain most of the heat in your tires through the brakes. So he's going to be on a heavy braking into those braking zones, nice and smooth acceleration, not to overheat the rear tires. Cable right behind him, and then we'll have Dominic getting on track behind that. Actually, sorry, Ben Dankers, and then Dominic behind that. Ferris is going to be nice and smooth through this infield. Scrubbing is one thing, but you do not want to overheat the tires for any reason. So he'll have nice, steady, heavy braking into the brake zones and try to not to overspin those rear tires too much in these areas. Now we'll see if he tries to lay down one flyer. He's taking it as wide as possible to try and carry as much speed as he can down the front straight. Let's see if this is the lap, and this is the session with Ferris overtakes his 53.097. Nice and tidy through the turn into the infield. Try and carry as much speed as he can right now. Let's see how he takes the U-turn in the infield. Starts out wide, cuts in. Looks like a little bit of understeer, but nothing too crazy. Carrying good speed here, going through the S's. Barely touches that inside curb. Looks like he may have overcooked it a skosh through that S. And now he's just going to send it right through the front straight. Wait for timing and scoring to catch up. With a 54.229, about a few tenths faster than his fastest lap of last session, but he's definitely got it. Cable right behind him with a 101.501. See what Ben Dankers laid down in that Evo. A 58.789. Dominic Tapia definitely wants to pick up some time on his fastest lap. Here he comes down start finish with a 57.961. It looks like Ferris is setting up wide to start another flyer. Yes, he is. So if you're asking why he starts wide, he doesn't care about the lap he's on. He wants to carry as much speed straight. Goes nice and low. He started his turn high. Now he's going to let the speed of the car push him up. This way he's using minimal steering input. He's just letting the car do its job. He's going to go ahead and go wide open through the kink into the hard braking zone on the infield. Cable down to a 59.131 on that lap. Nice to see him going into this corner. You can see how long and sweeping that corner is. This is why it's so important to start high and go low and let the speed of the vehicle carry you through. See, I think this is what Ferris was talking about when he said the infield just doesn't seem to have the grip he remembers it had on his other car. He's going to take this one nice and low. That's a 59.7. So good chance he made little mistakes on the infield. Try to recover and finish a lap, but wasn't able to. Cable with a 59.953 on that last lap. About 4/10 off his fastest of this session. Ben improved a little bit with a 58.166. That's going to be his fastest lap of the event so far. Ben did do a cool down lap. Now he just did a 1:15, so he's going to try and send one more. Cable with a lot of steering input to start that turn. Looks like the car may not have the front grip he was looking for. And it does look like Ferris is starting another flyer. He did a cool down lap about 15 seconds slower than his last lap. Don't want to take any of the heat out of the motor, just let the tires calm down. He really does an amazing job of going high, low, high. Anyone watching, that's absolutely what you're looking for. Ben Dankers, 58.686, about 4 or 5 tenths off his fastest lap, but he's still going. For those of you that didn't know, Ben had another set of wheels with another set of tires he had custom made for this car that got delivered right before this event. And while he was sleeping in New Mexico, someone broke into my man's trailer and stole his tires. So if you see a beautiful set of BC4 wheels, 18 by 13, zero offset, dark gray with a set of Super Cup 3Rs on them, feel free to let us know. You see them on sale on Marketplace, even in singles, please let us know. We would love to have a conversation with that gentleman. Ben, really aggressive through the infield. He has a lot of confidence in the setup on this car. He's always done nothing but speak very highly of his team and the shop that built this vehicle. A 58.008. That's going to be Ben's fastest time of the event. Ben knows he can be in the mid-57s. He's not going to be the happiest about it, but he is going to be happy that the car is together and he is picking up speed. Dominic Tapia with a 59.723 on that lap. It's so nice to see him continuously improving. His fastest lap is a 56.827, but being the first year he's campaigning this car, he's still getting comfortable with it. Obviously, he's getting up to speed very quickly being in the 56s. Went down low for that one, try and gain a little or lap time out of it, but it was a 58. Looks like he is on a cooler now. That's probably going to be his last hot lap unless he can make it around in 40 seconds to start another one. That does look like it's going to be the end of this session. Dominic looks like he's on a cool-down lap. Yeah, he is cruising. It's a good session for him. 56.827, great pickup. Ferris at 54.229. Ben Dankers almost breaking into the 57s with a 58.008. And Cable with a 59.131. While these drivers come in and Group 2 gets ready for their session to go live, let's send it down to Jason.
Hello, everybody. Stoked to be here with Josh Tangy, sitting here with his beautiful Audi. I don't know if you guys have been watching it out on track. Beautiful car, looks good out there. The wheels, everything pops. Josh, what can you tell me about the car and how it's working today out here?
We're used to running pretty well out here. We're fighting some ABS control module and dampening issues, so I'm kind of stuck with traction control on right now. So I'm getting a little bit of overheating in the brakes. Not to make excuses, but there's some resistors in there, and I think they may have gone bad. So a good friend of mine's coming to potentially code that out, and hopefully we'll be able to get a clean lap without any traction control fighting us. So always fun out here. I love this track. Spent a lot of time here, but there's a lot left in the car and a lot more we have to give here.
Most definitely. A lot of people chasing gremlins. It's kind of very common in time attack, very common in hill climb. They're very tough events and competitions on cars and drivers. You're going all out. Cars are built to the tilt. 4 out of the 5 people that we just talked to in the past hour are all having different kind of issues that they're fighting with, and definitely a team sport. You got teamwork coming in. You got people coming in to help.
Yeah. Got quite a little crew here for support, so it's great. Like you said, teamwork makes the dream work. So
sure does.
Hopefully my buddy Matish can make it with with his computer, and we can potentially turn some stuff off. And next step for the car is standalone and some stuff like that. So we're right on the cusp of, the car hates itself right now. So pretty common once you kind of get to this level of it's not a street car anymore, it's a race car.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of time attack, is starting out with a street car, turning it into some type of level, depending on what you do and what class that you're trying to shoot for, of a race car within a time attack rule set or a hill climb rule set. Now, talking about hill climbs, this car competed at Pikes Peak a couple weeks back, right?
Yes, Ben Ryan drove it. He entered and was accepted. He drove a Mini Cooper last year, and he re-entered. He was going to have a BMW 1 Series. Didn't work out. My car was basically missing a fuel cell and some fire suppression, so I was like, just use the TT. So I looked at it as a good excuse to kind of get it through tech, and potentially that way I can do the hill climb later on. So I just told him, please bring it back.
Of course. Well, he did a good job. That's awesome. Beautiful car. You're running it at superior events. Where can people out there, follow along in the car, the program?
I just started getting back into kind of driving on tracks. We run a ice driving event at Georgetown Lake called Arcticana, and we give rides, and we do we set up courses and allow people to come out and drive on the frozen lake and learn car control. So we actually put a small brake system on the car, and we run aggressive rally tires, ice rally tires. So
that sounds like a lot of fun, and it sounds like you're creating an entryway for people to get into motorsports, even though it's on ice, but it's a form of motorsports. People out there going fast and learning control and grip.
Yeah, I was a snowboard instructor for years, and I drove by the lake all the time on my way to work, and I just was like, that looks like a lot of fun, and eventually, instead of getting kicked out of the parking lot at Loveland for doing donuts, now we get paid to go do donuts, on the lake. So pretty neat event. So yeah, anybody who is interested, it's Arcticana at Georgetown Lake, and that's pretty much what we're doing. We started off ice racing and doing other events out there, and then me and a buddy, we just started created our own event. So
I feel you. Doing the same thing with the GTA situation with some friends. I love it, being organizing these things and helping people get out on track and have a good time. It's great meeting you. It's great seeing the car. Hopefully we'll see you next year at this event. We'll be back, and hopefully we'll see you at some other time attacks GTAs that we put on around the country. Yeah, if you could fit them in, Yes. Awesome. Yeah, good luck this weekend. We'll make sure to stop by tomorrow.
Thanks.
That's something we hear a lot of. These drivers have started really developing newer age cars, and though new age cars are amazing, they come with so many good things out of the box. When you start pushing them past what they were developed to do, they start running into small issues. The A90 Super being one that people like Jackie Ding took seasons to figure out. He'll get through that problem. Like he said, he had some resistors in there that probably failed, which means they were trying to bypass some signals. That way the ECU doesn't put the car in a limp mode. So hopefully his team comes with a few things and he's able to get it back on track without that traction control fighting him the whole way. Speaking of fighting the whole way, here we have Isaac Torres out there doing his warm-up, about to start a hot lap. Isaac leading street class right now with a 59, would love to get into the 57s. He thinks the car's capable of it. I believe him when he says it, so let's see if either today or early tomorrow he's able to lay down a 57 lap. It's always beautiful to watch a car just go out there and lay down a fast lap. A 102.136 from Isaac. Weather's obviously warmer than it was when he laid down his 59. It's still 77 degrees here. The sun's coming and going. Weather is cresting over the mountain, so we're going to be getting cooler breezes. If the rain can avoid, but the weather can drop a little bit, I think we can see a few more seconds out of these drivers. There he is, pushing it really deep into the turn into the infield. Obviously, I don't know what line he naturally runs there, but it looked like he took it a little deeper than you would prefer to nice and tighten up that line to get to the next corner. He tends to, yeah, you could tell a lot of opposite lock here. He tends to actually hook that curbing, so I feel like the car is kind of pushing it's not giving him the grip he's looking for. This could be because he's on the same tires. It could be weather related. Let's see if this lap is any faster. So 1 minute .644, took 2 seconds off of it. It's not very often you run into a high school student with as much car control as Isaac has. His dad has really put him through the ringer and taught him the proper way to drive these cars, and it's great to see. Someone with this much car control at such a young age, he's got a lot to look forward to in life. See, nice earlier turn in here. Looks like he's avoiding the inside of that curbing now. Maybe he feels like it unsettles the car too much. A little bit of curb there, a little bit more curb here. Probably a light amount of curb here to try and set it up. Yep, he's hugging it in, and he's going to take it wide. Let's see if he can do back in the 59s, maybe even into the 58s. .299. Man, you're so close. You're so close to breaking your 59-second lap time there, Isaac, but you're doing a great job out there. Ooh, what a great view right here of that first turn. If I'm not mistaken, this is our drone pilot just putting in work with this view. What a shot. You really see him coming in hot into that corner. It's hard to tell from above, but the amount of speed they're carrying off the bank into the infield is just incredible. Everything looked nice and tidy in the infield. If he had everything under him there, a 1 minute .1, man, he's pulling tenths out every lap. I'm sure it feels great in the car, but he wants to see that 58. He wants to see that 57. Isaac, you're doing a great job out there. Not only that, you're getting every bit of love from all these cameras. This is the last session of the day, guys. Anyone who's ran Time Attack, driven Time Attack, or watched Time Attack knows when you get towards the end of the day, drivers tend to calm down, put on a new set of tires, and get ready to go fast on that final session. On their final runs of the next day. Such a beautiful shot of this car. This corner is so deceiving because you think it's going to open up, but it doesn't. You really got to hold it nice and tidy through there. Now here's the question. Did Isaac just cool it down? Is he coming in, or is he trying to set another flyer? We'll see right now. It looks like he's going to cut it really tight inside. My guess is he's coming into the pits. Those were 4 very strong laps from Isaac Torres. Every lap picked up time and speed. Hopefully they have a nice fresh set of tires to put on this car for tomorrow, because how he's been driving today, there's no doubt in my mind he's in the 58s and 57s tomorrow in those first 2 sessions. You can really see this weather starting to roll in from this shot. We're not even hooked all the way to the right. This cloud cover looks gorgeous, but man, this is just screaming rain. That's going to be the end of Session 4, Group 2. Isaac Torres leading it with a 1:106. Out there getting all the coverage and trying to improve his lap time. Though he did not go faster than his 59 from the very first session of the day, he just knows that there's absolutely time left on track with that car. You see the wind starting to blow those clouds in. The wind makes it a little bit more difficult too. It doesn't sound as big as you think, but when you got cars driving on a bank surface, you got cars that are using that banking to hold themselves down to the ground. You get a crosswind or even a tailwind, it can really ramp up and try to pull the car away from you. So these drivers are absolutely doing everything in their power to keep control of these cars in these high-speed sections. Every car you see with aero components, they're so sensitive to the wind. You're talking big splitters, big wings, body panels designed for aerodynamics. Every bit of wind that hits that in a cross-section that wasn't designed is just going to upset the car. So these drivers are really not just battling the track. They're not just battling themselves. They're battling the weather, be it the temperature, be it the track temp, or right now being the crosswind they're getting across the front straight. If you'll notice, these flags are blowing directly at the start-finish line, which means when they start turning into turn 1 on the bank, the wind is getting underneath their car and trying to push them up the bank. Anyone who's ever driven a bank knows there's no scarier feelings than knowing your car is being pushed up towards that wall. Obviously, these drivers, this is what they do. I don't think that it's going to scare them at all, but it may take away that little bit of advantage they had before the wind was here. So we are still live until 3:55 for the time attack. Drift, drag, and burnouts if you're here at the event from 4:15 to 10. Anyone who is here, the car show is starting. It will be through today and tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, we go in live from 8 a.m. to 10:55. That'll be 2 sessions worth of time attack back to back. For those of you that don't know, we will be doing an award ceremony at 11:30, but that actually does not end the time attack. That is the awards for the daytime sanctioned time attack event. The time attack battle at night starts at 6:30 p.m. and goes until 8. There is a completely different $10,000 payout for winning that time attack battle, so make sure to stay tuned. Tomorrow night is when the fireworks are happening. If you heard me earlier say that it's tonight, that was my mistake. Tomorrow at 10 p.m. we will have a huge fireworks show. So if you're local, if you're around, you'll be able to see this if you're within any driving distance of Pikes Peak International Raceway. But don't hesitate to come down tomorrow, Saturday, July 6th. You'll see the time attack, the car show, all the awards, the drift, drag, and burnouts, and then we'll end the night with a huge firework demonstration. All right, guys, it's green and track is hot. That's Rigo Grajeda. Jason spoke with him earlier. He is so incredibly close to that sub 1 minute barrier. He's a 1 minute .0 something something. It does look like we had some kind of failure going onto the front straight. Luckily, he caught it before he was too far and was able to dive into the pits. Whatever that was, we'll get that sorted out. He is off track now, though, so that's great. Woo, what a great outside shot of this corner. This is Michael Sims in his GT3 RS. Nice line under the infield. Let's see how he finishes his lap. Car seems a little loose. which, you know, some drivers like. He really held the inside of that curb and the car rotated nicely. Gave him a good setup. Here we have Rigo with a 1:05.16. Michael with a 1:02.104. We got Michael Pastore on track somewhere. What a great shot going to the U-turn on the infield. He seems to really be hooking this. It's working him well. He's carrying some great speed in the infield there. He's found somewhere where he's really confident with the car, which is great. Let's see if he can do that supreme inside line on this final S again. Ooh, see, it pushed him off this time. Rigo took a 10th off, 1:04.28. Let's see if that push there on that final S hurt Michael Sims' lap time. 1:09.85. He still picked up some speed, so he's really figuring out the infield, finding where his fastest lap time is there. Rigo getting around that corner quickly and then getting out of the way for Michael. His hugging here is working great. He's carrying great speed there. If you notice, Rigo right behind him ran the line behind him. Maybe he's practicing that. Now here's where he really pushed a little too far. Had to break mid-corner there. Trying to do better than 1:09.85. 1:08.75. Now the question is, there it is true. Rigo is going for another flyer right behind him. Rigo did about a 25% cooler, did 75% of that lap time, and now it looks like his tires are underneath him again. He's going to go for another flyer. Looks like Michael is still on pace right now, which is great. So Rigo is not going to catch up to Michael. Going into that nice slow speed going into the infield. Looks like he carried a little too much speed in there. That was really wide. Now, does he hook the inside? It looks like he tried. He hooked the inside early. He had to get out of it, and it just kind of upset the car. A little opposite lock there. It's good. You're still mid-competition. There's nothing wrong with figuring out lines that your car likes. It rotated well there, maybe a little too much for him. He had to give it a lift and a little opposite lock to straighten it out. But with a 1:03.01, even with going wide into the infield, even with a little bit too much counter steer coming out of the final S, he was able to pick up another couple tenths. This car absolutely has a 59 or lower in it. He's just going to have to put it together. Michael Pastore with a 1:02.309, the silent assassin. He's just been going about his time, getting a little faster here and there, and he picked up quite a bit of time over his fastest lap of this session on that last lap. He was in a 1:05 right before that. Looks like he's really figuring the car out here on track. This shot also shows you what cloud coverage we have. Only a quarter of the track has actual direct sunlight right now. That weather is looking, it's looming, guys. That weather is looming right now. These drivers are doing everything they can to get their laps in before this weather catches up to us. That is the end of Group 3, Session 4, guys. Rico Grajeda with a 1 minute .301. So close to doing better than his lap time of a 1 minute .01. He really wants to get in those 59s, and we hope to see him. Michael Sims with a 1 minute .875, and Michael Pastore on his fourth lap with a 102.309. Just silently improving every single lap. It's great to see. You can see the wind really starting to shake those flags that are actually protected up there, giving a little bit of shake to our tower. The camera's on. The wind's still coming. This weather might actually miss us, but the wind sure isn't. We still have no report of the Subaru that came in on their warm-up lap. We did see a tire lockup. We're not sure if there was some kind of suspension failure, some kind of brake failure. He's been sitting in the pits since that happened, and as the session ended, we got the wrecker over there to pick him up. They're not going to hot tow him. It looks like they are putting him on the flatbed, so this may have been a tire failure. This may have been quite a few things, and they want to make sure to not cause any other damage. While we're waiting for Group 4 to come in, let's go ahead and get a little talk going with some of the drifters out there. I think Jason caught a drifter. What do you got down there, Jason?
How you doing, Ascend race fans out there? Sorry about that. Last night, they had a burnout box. This car I witnessed with the rest of the Global Time Attack team just going absolutely crazy in there. I mean, it must have all kinds of power. The turning radius, the skills this guy had right here was absolutely crazy. Jake Caldwell, my name is Jason. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Say hi to the fans out there.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for tuning in.
For sure. So, a lot of people watch probably Time Attack fans. Not something normally that we would see. What exactly are we looking at? I'm going to hand you the mic for a few seconds, kind of go over the car a little bit. He'll follow you around. Perfect.
All right. So, this is the culmination of what happens when you wreck your drift car, but you find a $500 1951 Chevy body. So it's actually a 1995 Lexus LS 400. It partied before, but we totaled the body and decided, screw it, let's cut the body off, throw something old on there, and party. That was about 4 years ago. We've been all over the country with it, and over the years, it just keeps getting cool parts. Twin turbos, makes like close to 700 horsepower, but it's still actually a Lexus 1UZ motor. It's actually still automatic, too. It's just a bit built. So it's a fun time, really great car. Super happy to be out here with you guys. Something a little bit different. But yeah, it's, proper built. Pretty sweet stuff. It's caged. Nothing real crazy. Just typical drift car stuff.
Typical drift car stuff. I love it. This thing, I love it. It's awesome to see. When I saw it yesterday, I didn't realize what the chassis was in the engine, but dude, right on. It actually does fit right in our world all the way, dude. Love it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Great meeting you. Cool to see the car. And you'll be performing tonight. I'll call it a performance.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great term for it. We'll be out there, probably go through a few sets of tires tonight and party. So stay tuned for that.
Awesome. So if you're here, make sure you do not miss that. And where can the people that aren't already following you on Instagram and YouTube and whatnot, where can they find you?
It's actually jake.caldwell51. Super simple on Instagram.
Easy. Yeah. All right, Jake, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
All right, good luck tonight.
Thank you.
All right.
That was Jake Caldwell. That's a super cool looking car, guys. I mean, we've seen some pretty extreme stuff in our days, and seeing someone cut the body and put a 50 Chevy body on there, that's super badass. Not to mention, it brings a lot of eyes, and the fact he's out here just wanting to beat that car up on track is just what we love to see. So thanks a lot for coming down, Jake. Jason always finds some super interesting people, and I got to say that one's on top of the list. It does look like we have this car being pulled off on the wrecker now. Got Josh Tangy out here. We don't know if he got his ABS issue sorted today yet, but we do know he's definitely out there pushing the car. Jason was absolutely right, though. This car does pop on camera. If you're ever wondering what to do with a race car, remember, it's on track with a bunch of other cars. It's being viewed on camera. Anything that makes it pop is always a positive, and this car is doing everything in its power to make sure it's absolutely seen. That's a 106.344 for Mr. Josh Tanguy. .105.5 right after that. Again, not sure if his brake situation sorted, if he's driving around it, but whatever's going on, he's picking up lap time every single lap. Looks like he's cooling it off a little bit after that last lap. Once again, 104.932. Taking 2 seconds off of his first lap. Hopefully they got it sorted, because if he's able to pull this much lap time with the issue it still has, man, let's get his team down here and make sure they get the rest of it sorted. Looks like Josh got 3 laps in, found what he was looking for. He's going to come back in, save the rest of it for tomorrow. JD had a chance to catch up with Ray Guerrero and just get a little information on his journey from Atlanta to Pikes Peak to here. Let's see what he had to say.
Welcome back to Ascend. This is Jason with GTA. We're here at PPIR. It's a beautiful weekend. Happy 4th of July, everybody at home. Happy 4th of July weekend. I'm standing here with Mr. Raymond Guerrero, who you probably know and seen. Just recently came off a Pikes Peak hill climb a couple weeks back. What can you tell us about that, Ray?
Amazing experience. Had a really great practice. Just an epic kind of experience the whole week. It's basically like a a racing party with all your buddies the whole week. So.
Yes, I've been to the event a couple of times. It's been a couple years since I've been there. I miss it. It is a great time. It's an amazing experience, even at the fan level. If you've never been, it's definitely worth it. You do have to get it very early in the morning, but it's beautiful racing and just an epic background. It's absolutely amazing. I've driven up Pikes Peak in a rental car just to go to the top. What these guys do going up there at speed is, I give it up. Absolutely amazing. You guys are heroes and maybe crazy at the same time. Now, it's not your first time doing Pikes Peak either, right?
That was my 8th year doing it.
8th year doing it, which is amazing. So have you been to this track before in practice? Well, I know a lot of the people that run Pikes Peak will sometimes get some practice time in here. Did you do that before?
We did a shakedown in like 2016 in that year's car, and so I've been here once before, but I haven't tried the Infield.
Okay, so this is the new experience.
Yeah,
did you get any seat time out there today?
No, not so far.
Not yet. All right, so we're holding the man up a little bit right here. We've got another. Well, I think it's 1 to 3, then we start, or 1 to 4. So you got another hour, and then another practice session from 4 to 5. Now, Ray, are you based in Texas?
Yeah, I'm based out of Houston.
Houston, Texas. All right. Now, we see it every year at COTA, which is awesome.
Yeah.
He does a lot of our competitions over the last couple of years. Pops up at the last minute. Boom, he's in. You can almost always count on him, which is awesome. What can you tell us about the car? You brought this car out to Road Atlanta, I think was the last time that we saw you at a GTA competition. Road Atlanta, different animal than this place, obviously.
Yeah, very unforgiving track, I might say.
It is very unforgiving. There's always some raw deals every year when we're there.
Absolutely. There's always a lot of interesting activity on that track. It was the first time I was in the car for Road Atlanta, like any event. It was a GTA event. Car felt great up until that last session.
So what can you tell us about this?
700 horsepower, turbos, cup car chassis with a pretty much a street car drivetrain, which is great for like maintenance schedules and whatnot. So
yeah, amazing. So a lot of you that follow Global Time Attack closely probably know Ray's other car, the Maroon Viper, that for many years he was campaigning with us and also ran Pikes Peak with a couple times, I believe, or a few times. Do you still have that car? And two-part question, what's it like in comparison to this car?
Yeah, so we still have that car. We got some more plans for it. We're gonna bring it back to Global Time Attack and Pikes Peak. So we got plans in store for that. Both these cars, they're beasts in their own right. This car, you can get a lot of speed out of it, just like kind of driving like this, and it gives a lot of time back. It's like a really kind of forgiving kind of car to drive, but then once you start trying to push the car, then it gets a little bit more ragged.
Right. And the Viper's what, just like brute force?
Yeah, very much brute force. Like, very different driving styles.
Yeah, at many events there would be, two Vipers a lot of the times. It would be his Maroon Viper, Raymond Grove's Viper, and then you'd see Cable Rosenberg's Red Viper.
Insane
who's here today as well, that we'll probably talk to a little bit later. Ray, really appreciate the support all these years and making out to so many Global Time Attack events. What's life like back in Houston? What do you do for work back there?
Right now I've been spending a lot of time with my son, trying to get him started in karting.
Okay.
So my wife and I have been taking him to the kart track. He's been asking for like the last year to go karting, but like he's a little bit small, so he doesn't package really well in the kart. So like finally he's okay, it's time to start him karting. So
how old is he?
He just turned 6.
6? Wow, all right, so you're getting him going really early. That's great.
His birth date is actually Pikes Peak week.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I had to skip that particular year.
Well, that's probably smart. Probably smart.
My wife told me, hey, don't worry, we're pregnant. You're still going to go do your race. It took me a couple months to figure out like that's not going to happen.
It wasn't going to happen. Yep. Well, it sounds like it's all working out for you. It's really awesome, special to pass on the beauty of racing to your son and anybody younger. And we hope to see him out here soon. 6 and 7's a little young, but we were just talking to the guys from Regal's Garage over there, and Isaac Torres is a senior in high school.
That's awesome, yeah.
And he's been running with us for over a year, so he must have been a junior last year at some point.
That would have been a dream.
Definitely
for me,
cool, right? Yeah,
definitely cool.
So I mean, any age group out there, Ray and I are a little bit on the other end. We're not quite 17 or 20 anymore. I'm definitely more than double that age. But that's what's great about Time Attack.
Definitely
all walks of
anyone,
life,
anyone
different ages, anybody can get involved. So, Ray, again,
right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Look for Ray out there. Where can they find you online at?
I actually don't have a social media presence.
So the best place to find Ray is at Global Time Attack.
Yeah, there
You're already watching it. You can find him there a lot. We'll make sure that we, put a lot of shine on Ray and his program and what he's doing with this beautiful car here. And look for it this weekend. We'll talk to you guys soon. Thank you.
All right.
That was a great little story there from Ray. He's been with us for quite some time, and just so you know what he's been through, and just he always keeps a smile on his face. We've had a lot of competitors go through a lot of stuff, both on and off track, and Ray shows up to every single event with a smile. Something happens, he's smiling. He has to change something, he's smiling. We just love this man out on track, and his 8 years of experience at Pikes Peak, him being with us since we returned to Jersey the first time, and I believe 16 or 17. He's been supporting us since then, and he's such a great driver to have around. If you guys ever at an event, never hesitate to talk to the drivers, especially Ray. You walk right up to him and you ask him a question, he'll answer anything your heart desires about his cars and his programs. So huge shout out to Ray Guerrero. Let's see if he can do better than the 105 that he has out there right now. is followed up by Craig Lumsden. Ray starting out strong with a 107.2. The wind has picked up quite a bit. I've gotten a few messages from our competitors and their team saying the wind has picked up. Luckily, the weather actually went around us. It got about within a mile of us and then just kept going north, which is great for us. But picking up wind, especially on these cars with big wings, big front arrow, the wind is just going to continue to push them all in directions they don't want to go. Craig so far with a 110.667. There we go. We got Ray down to a 105.4. Now he's starting to pick up some pace. Looks like Craig found a little bit of time too, down to a 109.723. Another 105. That's a 105.5 right there from Ray. Looks like he slowed it down a little bit after the start finish. Probably going to cool it down. .105.023, even with early braking on the straight. That's the earliest we've seen him brake. He's finding a lot of time on that infield. It does look like Craig Lumpson is limping the car around. I think I did hear race control say he was smoking a little bit around some corners. We're not sure if that's tire rub or if that's mechanical. Looks like his dad, Zach, is sitting there, or one of his teammates is sitting there on the wall waiting for him to pull in. So let's hopefully it's something simple. There we go, Ray. 104.943. Looks like we do have Group 6 starting to line up for their final time attack session of the day while Ray takes advantage of this open track. And that's going to be the end of this session. Ray got down to a 104.640. He's finding confidence and speed in that car, which is great. Group 6 is lining up, guys. It looks like we have 4 cars ready to go out. Brody Matthews is going to lead him out in his Mini Cooper S. Matt Pope is going to follow him in his V6 Power Toyota MR2. Looks like we have Justin Miller right behind him in his Subaru Impreza WRX, and Helena Sandgaard in her Focus ST. All right, race fans, final group, final session of the day. These are the last lap times that will be set. This will end our day one of Global Time Attack here at Pikes Peak International Raceway, Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival. For those of you wondering what V6 is in this MR2, I forget the engine designation. I've been told so many times, and every single time I run into it, my brain goes dead. But this is actually a minivan V6 swap that revs to 8,000 RPM. It has no other mods besides an ECM flash. These cars run strong with this engine, and as someone who truly does love the 3S GTE, I do understand why they do it. Superior power, stock to stock, and it's an engine that not only revs up nice, it helps you in the corners, but it's incredibly reliable. There are boosted applications of this motor out there, and you know, sometimes there really is no replacement for displacement, especially if you can add boost to this one and keep it more reliable than the 3S GTE chassis. You hear from a lot of drivers going to different power plants, not necessarily because they're better, but because they're more attainable, available, and easier to mod and repair. The 3S is just not a common motor. When you blow one up, when you hurt one, it takes longer, it costs more. There's a lot into trying to get back on track versus one of these swaps where it's very simple to find a replacement if need be and also just find parts for it. That is going to be Bodie Matthews with that 108 leading this group. Matt Pope right behind him with a 111, and Helena Sandgaard a 113.6. She's trying to get into the 12s and 11s in that Focus ST. She's got the 13s on lock. Brody Matthews going through that final corner. The S is coming down on the front straight. Ooh, Helena Sandgaard with a 112.784. Broke out of that 13. Great job. Brody Matthews just a couple tenths off of his fastest lap of this session. Helena's really coming to terms with that car in this track, and that's great. She's looking really clean through that inside section there. She already got down into the 112.7s. Let's see if she can get low 112 so she has something to chase for tomorrow. This is going to be a flyer for her. She did a cool down there. You can see her still really focusing on her lines on the infield when she's on a cool down lap, which is great. She's just not cooling the car down. She's making sure that she's staying in the zone and knowing what she has to do. She's really getting after it here. A lot of inside curb there. Hooking around that second to last corner. Now the final corner going onto the front straight. Brody Matthews with a 108.353, fastest lap of the session so far. Let's see if Helena can get below that 112.7. 111.626. Man, she's just chopping time now. Every other session I saw Joaquim there on the inside cheering for her, so hopefully he's still around there somewhere, because if he is looking at lap times, then he is absolutely going to be stoked for her right now. Brody took another 10th off. He's at a 108.3 now. Matt Pope at a 110.944. And these are the final hot laps of this session. The checkered has come out. Woo! Took a lot of inside curb there. A little bit of rotation, but still held it. Here's Brody coming for his final time of this session. 108.516, just a 10th off. Matt Pope with the 110.944. We'll see if Helena's got another hot lap in her right now or if she's pulling in, but either way, very impressive. She's taken 2 seconds off. Got all the drifters and all the fans ready for the drift cars to go out and the drags to go out. Quick little wheelie around the backside. And here comes Helena across start-finish for her final lap. 112.5. Still an amazing effort by her. That is going to be the end of the day. Very end of the first day here at the Pikes Peak International Raceway and Global Time Attack Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival. Leading enthusiast class with a 103.9 is Ernie Ramirez, Elijah with a 107, and Helena taking 2 seconds off her fastest with a 111.626. Going into street class, we still have Isaac Torres in first with a 59.5. Anthony Pearson a 1 minute .01, and Ricardo Grajeda with a 1 minute .013, just 3 thousandths off second place. We have Ben Dankers with a 58.008, so close to that 57 leading limited class. Tim Shepner a full second behind, with Joaquin Sandgaard 8/10 just behind him. In unlimited class, we're going to have Ferris Kartoumi leading with a 54.1. We got Dominic Tapia at a 56.8 and Cable Rosenberg at a 58.4. GTX has Chris Shellhart at a 103 with Ray Guerrero trying to get that first place with a 104.6. That is going to be the end, guys. Remember, we are back live tomorrow at 8 a.m. for the final 2 run groups, the final 2 sessions of these 6 run groups for the end of the time attack sessions. We will still have our night time attack for another $10,000 payout. Be sure to stick around for the award ceremony after our set of run groups. The awards should be around 11:30. And you'll be able to see the payouts everyone got. And we'll talk more about the night session tomorrow during time attack. This is Cuban signing out for Pikes Peak International Raceway and Global Time Attack Ascend Music and Motorsport Festival. We'll catch you tomorrow morning.
モータースポーツで得た高度な技術、すべてのレイズホイール、一本に込める魂は永遠に変わらない。ビヨンド・ザ・レボリューション。ザ・コンセプト・イズ・レーシング。
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win, pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU. The performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
That's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 and a 5 stick, you can get high with me. That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate applying my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the
Welcome to the pits here at PPIR for Ascend with Global Time Attack. I'm standing here with Matt Pope in front of a very cool car, one of my favorites this weekend, Toyota MR2. Awesome body style, very classic car. How has the day been going for you so far? I kind of know the answer to this a little bit, but why don't you tell the fans out there what you've been dealing with today?
Yeah, it's been a little hectic. We we completely snapped a shift cable on our second session out, so we boogied on over to Denver, and we were able to get another one thanks to Nick Speed over there. It's a great shop. He hooked us up, so we were able to get back out and I think put down our fastest lap of the day. So I'm happy with how it's gone. It's I think I'm getting the full racing experience, that's for sure.
Awesome. So ending the day well, because this is the last session of the day. So you just made it in time for the last session with the parts to fix the car, get out there, lay down your best time. That's not a bad story. It's not a bad day one.
No, I couldn't be happier with how it went. So yeah, I'm feeling good. Got my line all settled in, and yeah, car's running great. Couldn't be happier.
Awesome. We don't have many Toyota MR2s that run with Global Time Attack. A few, 3, 4 maybe. What can you tell us about the car? I see it's not the normal engine that comes with this car.
No, this vehicle is slightly inspired by some others that you'll see at these events. It's got a 3.5 liter V6 out of a Sienna, and it's running the NA trans from the original car. So real short gears on a pretty torquey motor, and everything else is tacked together as needed, and it's working well for me.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. It's always great to see people take these older platforms, swap an engine for something with, bigger displacement, give you an option to make more power down the road. It's great to see. How does the car feel with that setup?
Car feels great. The biggest thing as far as getting it set up was being able to get on OBD2 with the newer motor, because we had a standalone on the old setup and it just didn't quite work for me. So yeah, being able to dial everything in and trust the car completely has really allowed me to just let it loose on the track and see what it can do.
How can other MR2 fans and just Time Attack fans in general follow your program? I know you've got a lot of plans for this car in the future.
I'd say just go out and drive it, learn all the quirks. It's a funny car, but it'll do the right thing once you figure out how to move it around, and then they'll really perform for you. So yeah, just a lot of seat time, get in your car and drive it.
Awesome. Where can the fans at home follow your program at? Do you have an Instagram, a YouTube page, something like that?
Yep, I have an Instagram. That's MattPope101. You can find me there. I'm always posting about the car, so you can keep up.
Awesome. I know we're following from Global Time Attack, and we'll make sure we all follow from our accounts at home. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good job on ending the day on a high note.
Thanks.
Good stuff. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
For those of you still out here watching us, make sure you stick around. We're going to see if we can get any good drift action for you on camera. If you guys don't stick around, though, remember, tomorrow, 8 a.m., we will be live.
How's it going out there? My name's Jason. I'm standing here with Nick Hasenball in front of his spectacular Corvette drift car. What can you tell us about the car? This thing's badass.
It's making about 1,000 horsepower. It has the new FDF Pro front angle kit and the Pro rear grip kit in it. It's got the BMW rack and pinion. It's got some Kansai wheels on it. It's got a Cage Kits cage. It's ready to rip.
All right, rip. We love that. So I feel like there's something good, something big happening tonight. Talk to us about what's happening tonight.
Tonight is full send. We're out here. We're going to show everybody a real good time. We're going to put it down, and we're going to give a great show. You guys should definitely come out here and check out what's going on out here tonight for sure.
That's right. If you're in the area and you're watching this, turn it off. Get over here as soon as you can. Watch Nick. Go ham out there. Bunch of other people. It's going to be a sick night. Don't miss it. PPIR, Ascend, GTA. Don't miss it. Right, Nick?
That's right. Come out here and see if you can get a free ride along with one of us in one of the cars that we got out here tonight.
That sounds badass. Thanks, Nick.
Absolutely. You guys have a good one. Come on out and see us.
Bye.